Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Wednesday, August the 12th. Excuse me. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? Excellent. Okay, what do we got going this morning? Couple JMIA. My goodness, look at JMIA. Look at that huge run up. And today they released earnings and it's just getting clobbered. Big volume, 1.7 million already, down 22%. Look at JMIA, really no support until, I don't know, $9 or so. And again, I don't mean it, I'm not saying it's going to get down to $9, but if you look at the daily chart, that's kind of a support area. But what a run up it had ahead of earnings, and now earnings come out and that's it. The other one I was looking at is OSPN. OSPN. Another earnings play, just getting clobbered again. Hardly any volume, but they did release after hours. You can see there's the mauve area. Mauve area right there is the after hours on our charts. So it already had the gap down, and that gap is continuing. Okay, there's no volume yet. That'll pick up, of course, once the market opens. Only 34 million in the float. Just a tremendous gap down. I mean, there's a 200-day moving average way down here. And as usual, just give me a second here. Music is a little loud. Here we go. Okay, AMTX. AMTX. Is it holding? Yeah, it's actually kind of holding here. AMTX is a gap up. I couldn't see any. Oh, no, I can't see any specific news. They release tomorrow. Earnings tomorrow, but I can't see any specific news today. It's had a big run up ahead of earnings also. Plug. Plug is actually, is it still gapping down? Yeah, it is gapping down almost 10%. Don't know if there's any specific news. Here we go. Plug plans to raise 300 million in a stock offering. So that is getting some weakness in that stock. Yeah, Boxel, I do have it on the list, of course, BOXL. Some kind of a joint, well, as the press release says, a partnership with Samsung. So, of course, eye-catching. So it's caused this one, of course, to pop up. 23 million in the float. A lot of volume. Still has room. I would, if it takes out 3, it definitely has some room. VXRT, now is it still holding that gap? VXRT, not bad, no, not really. I was watching it up here when it was up at 1140, but it has pulled way back now. This is, of course, a big flyer yesterday for a while. I have this one down, but I think it's fading now. IGC, the only reason I put it, well, okay, if it hangs over 1, it is an earnings play, relatively low float, 34 million in the float. You can see the big gap here, of course. It has room, I suppose, kind of a choppy looking weekly, but it is an earnings play. 8 million have already traded, it's up 56%, and that's IGC. PEIX. It's not bad. I mean, it after hours, it had a huge run after hours. Look at that, up to, excuse me, I got a catch in my throat this morning, guys. Big, huge run up after hours for PEIX, all the way up to 537. It's pulled way back down to 4, but it's still, 60 cents above yesterday's high. Excuse me, yesterday's close, I should say. BMRA has come right back down, a very fluffy press release. It got as high in the pre-market as 1079, now back down to 926, a low float situation. They managed to combine virus and their other drug in one press release. OMER continues down, at least it was, OMER. That was a big, look at this. I mean, had earnings a couple of days ago. Big pop up at 25.50, sold all the way down to 21. yesterday can just continue down. Now it's almost from where it came, the day before earnings. So it is still sliding, OMER. Yeah, so E gap is just an earnings gap down, and a gap down is just a normal gap down. I say E gap. I should explain this every morning, I guess, because I do put this on Twitter, and of course I have to be aware of how many characters I can use. So I just use E gap as a short form for earnings gap. Sorrento. Now, when I first saw Sorrento, gee, sorry, but guys, Sorrento had popped up a bit, but now it is starting to give it up. This, of course, slid most. It's kind of interesting. It had a little bit of a move in the after hours. You can see it had that nice slide, and then it had the move after hours, but it's sliding again. Again, quote unquote, a virus play. Keep an eye maybe on American Eagle, AEO. A lot of volume. No real news that I can see on it, but it has popped through the 200-day moving average. There's the 200-day moving average, 1196, so it is through the 200-day moving average. If you look left on that daily chart, 1305 or 14-ish, so it does have some room. And you're not talking Smile Club. You're not talking Smile Direct Club, are you? Above the SDC, they actually release earnings after hours today. SDC. TRVN. I don't believe well, they're doing a financing. I don't believe, when I first read it, I didn't see what the financing price is. I don't think they had launched, or they have indicated what. Let me see if it's down. I don't think there's a financing price yet for it. No, I only do that because I post this on Twitter, so as you know, $1. People search on it just to differentiate it. It's a stock. You don't have to do that. Eaton, ETON. We know there's stocks in here. Just as long as stocks symbols are capitalized, we know they're stocks. You don't have to put the dollar. ETON. Well, it's actually popped up. Look at this, 5. So it's tacked on $1. It had broken down through the 200-day moving average, 566. It is an earnings play, but it has actually regained quite a bit. ETON. Okay, William. Hey, you'll be missed. Either is okay, Larry. I mean, standard is okay. I mean, if you don't care about our AI, then the standard plan is fine. PSNL. Okay, PSNL is down. I just put this in late. Okay, they're doing a financing also. $100 million financing. Not sure. Announces the pricing, and the pricing is $19 a share. So it is slightly underneath the financing price. Just jot that down. So the financing is at $19. PSNL. Now, guys, I do apologize. When I was doing my watch list last night, something happened and the symbols did not get loaded. So I had to do a little bit of scrambling this morning. So I don't really know what sort of results we're going to get from the watch list today, to be honest. I had to do a sort of a mass copy and paste without really examining the longer term charts. So not sure what sort of results we're going to get from my watch list this morning. And again, if you want to follow my watch list, all you have to do is from the toolbar, click on New, and then click on the channel bar. And then you see my watch list right there, Barry's watch list right there. Remember, everything in the channel bar is a layout. Make sure you save your layout to the cloud first. Save your layout before you click on anything in the channel bar, because these are all layouts. You can only have one layout loaded at a time, so your layout would be replaced. And again, that's okay as long as you've saved it to the cloud. And again, you will not see anything in these windows, these two, until at least 9:45. You should start seeing some alerts here at 9:30, but I purposely put a delay on these two until at least 9:45. Try to let the market settle just a little bit. Yeah, wouldn't that be funny, the dreamer? The best day without really doing a lot of analysis. What's the C stand for? Standard deviation curve? So let's take a look at BLDR. I'm going to try to follow some of your posts today, Real, on this standard deviation. Channel, of course. I'm assuming that Interactive Brokers does not have that. Unknown. Okay. Hard to believe it wouldn't, but because it seems interesting what you are doing. Yeah, T2, somebody asked me to check T2. So it's an earnings play. I mean, it already is gap down on earnings, but it's only down 12 cents right now. It is an earnings play. Don't really know what else to say. I mean, it did hit, yesterday hit 220. Aha, Cinemark. CNK is starting to trigger a little bit here, guys. CNK. All right, what time is it? 9:17. Let me quickly look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades there are this morning from brokers.com, from briefing.com. Not too many of each, so I can quickly put them in. See if there's anything of interest. Guys, as you know, I'll be leaving you guys at 11 o'clock. You probably know the reason why. Sort of kidding. Just getting a few more of these upgrades in. Okay, I do see JP Morgan actually has an upgrade for JP Morgan is actually an upgrade on AEO. A few more to go. Keep an eye, this FULC, let me just take a look at it. It was really hit hard yesterday. FULC. And it's a couple more downgrades this morning. FULC. A couple more downgrades this morning, guys. I mean, look at this. I mean, it was an earnings play, a gap way down now below that 200-day moving average. That was the key area that I was looking at yesterday. You know, it might be tough to get shorts right off the bat because it was down way more than 10% yesterday. So that uptick rule is still in effect for today. Support, I mean, 440. I mean, so look, keep an eye on the FULC right from the get-go. Hello, Neil. Yeah, you know what I did? I purposely did not mention iGate. I've seen this so many times. You know, this one pops in the pre-market and then just gives it up. So, I mean, listen, it may hold 5 and start to move. I mean, it's still up 25%, huge volume, low float. I get all that. I don't even know what the news was. Development path for conjunctivitis treatment. All right, but it just doesn't ever, you know, I should never say ever because, I mean, today could be the day. There is the 200-day moving average, but I've just seen this movie too many times. Morning, Manny. I'm also keeping an eye. I'm not in, you know, I'm such a terrible swing trader, but you know, I just don't have the wherewithal to hold these things. But anyway, play is still maybe something I'm going to get back into. This was my big overnight swing from yesterday. Well, let me rephrase that. What are we, Wednesday? So I bought it Monday, right near the close, held it for a while yesterday. I don't know about going higher. I mean, it's high in the pre-market is 289. Somebody's saying, is it going higher? First of all, I don't make any predictions like that. This is the wrong room for that. We don't make predictions. All we do is watch the patterns. We can take a look to see what sort of resistance there is on the longer term time frames, daily, weekly, and monthly. You can see right off the bat that, excuse me, BOXL might struggle to get through 3. Look at that daily chart right around here. Right up, so it could struggle to get through 3. If it takes out 3, you know, then looking left, then, you know, you do see 4, but it may struggle to get through 3. But we'll see how good that news is going to sustain it for the day with this little deal they've got with Samsung. Good stuff, Dan, and lots of great traders in this room too. You know, I mean, that's really now a couple of IPOs. KBNT. I don't think they're going to be too interesting. KBNT. Actually, yeah, it is today. Today's Wednesday. Yes, KBNT and FSDC. Don't think they're going to be too interesting. Tomorrow, though, you know, you might want to jot this down. BEKE is going to be an IPO tomorrow. And why interesting? Because some of the big names, I know Goldman's involved, and also NTST. Some of the big names are involved in that one. So tomorrow might have something to look forward to in terms of IPOs, BEKE and NTST. Yeah, right, Grumpy. You do? Okay. Well, I just looked to see who was involved, and nobody's really involved in it. So it's $5, isn't it? Isn't the price $5? And there's also a warrant coming out at the same time. So you're right. BEKE, BEKE, and NTST, NTST. Oops, I thought I had it on the caps. Those are two IPOs tomorrow. But Grumpy, not Grumpy. I'm sorry. What? Smart. Yeah, Sean. So we don't. I've kind of gone over the voxel. I mean, it's look. First of all, it's highly speculative. I mean, it's only 23 million in the float. Somebody's asking me about what's a good entry point for it. Well, there's the high. There's the high. The pre-market high, 289. Okay. I mean, I wouldn't get into it unless it first of all took out that pre-market high. But then you've got all this to worry about. $3, on the daily chart. So it may stumble around there too. So it's hard to know. The only thing it's got really going for it is Samsung in the press release. So, I mean, you just have to wait for the market to open to see how it... By the way, MNPR is starting to rip here. Monopar Therapeutics. Look at this one, guys, going now. 2.5 million in the float. 152,000. This is a huge one right now, guys. MNPR. This is serious rippage right now, guys. MNPR. Big rippage. MNPR. Look at the volume coming in. Low float. $13 stock. 2.5 million in the float. Very low. And I'm looking left on that weekly chart. It's already above that week, which was back in June the 15th, the week of June the 15th. Time is it 9:27? SLGG is starting to slide here. The gaming stock. Okay, so when you say are you talking about these? Are you talking about all this information over here, the position? You're talking about these when you call them heat bars. Are you talking about these position? Yeah, well, they're accurate. Well, yeah, I mean, they're just showing where the position. So this is at the low of the 5-day range, low of the 20-day range. It's not at the low of the year range. It's at the low of the 3-month range. So I mean, yeah, they are accurate. Yes. I'll think about you, William, every time I see that nail. Okay, guys, market is going to open in less than 30 seconds. Let's have a great trading day today. Let me close these two down. As always, I will be connecting to, I'll be connecting to the simulator. Zooming in, I don't know, you can't zoom in on the vertical axis as such. You can only zoom the charts in and out, okay? Market's open, guys. Keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard, and then with your scroll wheel, Just scroll in and out, okay? If that's what you mean. That's all you can do in terms of zooming. All right, guys, market's open. Let's see what's happening right off the bat. Just one moment, please. Okay. Well, I mean, it tells you to stay away. I mean, it's obvious. I mean, if you wanted to short this is what you want to see. Okay. Just a weak stock. But I mean, it's just showing you at a glance, instead of having to open charts for these, just showing you at a glance where they are. Okay, so the market is now open. Nothing will happen in these two windows again until at least 9:45. All right, so the MNPR is pulled back. This is not shortable for me. Man, JMIA on earnings, and Sorrento continues to be down here. SRNE just getting clobbered. People highly skeptical about whatever they've got going on with the virus. Oh, look at this. JMI just getting, I mean, this is unbelievable. I mean, look, just how many days ago? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days ago, this was $24. So it's cut in half now. Wow. This is just utter collapse. Look at JMIA. So much for, yes, MNPR was halted on the way down. BFRA halted on the way up. BFRA halted on the way up. Jeez. I don't know if you've got my basic new highs and lows. The lady is going wild. As text-to-speech, her voice, JMIA, JMIA, over and over and over again. Your BLDR looking good. I don't know if you take them right away real, but it is looking good. Do you take these right off the bat, or do you give it at least 5 minutes? Or there's no hard and fast rule probably. Here's another one. Look at it. YCBD, another earnings play, just getting creamed here. Maybe some support around 262, 260-ish for YCBD. Released earnings pre-market. Didn't really see it, and now it is halted. Now it is halted. A lot of volume right now. Meanwhile, Sorrento continues its descent. Yeah, well, we'll have to see when it opens. I mean, it's only up a nickel right now, so not a lot of enthusiasm for ARPO yet. But I'll stick an alert here for at about $1. Pac B, guys, I'm going to stick an alert $1.82. Takes this out. Pac B is, wow, look at the volume that came into Pac B, PACB. Again, I typically do not like to trade in the first 15 minutes. I like things settle down a little bit. That'll mean I'll miss things like this that are just gapping down and just continue, but just seen too many times where in the first 5 minutes, 15 minutes, stocks can whip up and down. And through the, well, I'm sorry, that was the 200 weekly. So this is resting here. PACB is just kind of resting a little bit. If my mic is breaking up, hopefully it's not for, okay, everybody, but if you have sound issues, if you can't see my screen clearly, things like that, you might just have to do a refresh, okay? Just do a refresh. We saw the gear icon. Okay, well, so much for that one. MNPR, big gap up. Now it's starting to fall. It's not shortable for me. Well, seeing this a little bit now, this is sort of the trend. AMTX, this was a flyer in the pre-market. Released earnings actually after hours. I'm sorry, they did not. They released earnings. I'm getting ahead of myself here. They will release earnings tomorrow. I'm sorry, this is August 13th, not today. Had some action after hours, kind of held, but now starting to give it up. AMTX. Well, anything yellow is the way I color code things. Yellow is again. These are just stocks making new lows, whether you short them or not. That's all this is telling you. These are stocks making new lows. Green, stocks making new highs. Okay. So, I mean, does that absolutely mean just because a stock makes a new low that you hop into a short? But I mean, that would be the bias. Well, okay, one thing this is not the radio, so I don't talk 100% of the time. So when you say you lost the sound, you mean just because there was a pause? Maybe keep an eye on the Dempy. We watched this one yesterday. It's still quite a. I'm going to have to stick my alert back here around $1.50 for the DMPI. Okay, the YCBD. Wow, the YCBD. So this got halted, just got resumed, or just resumed. Again, nothing will show up in these two windows until at least 9:45. All right, so no sound. Oh, okay. All right. MNPR, wow, just not shortable for me. Too bad. Look at that. I mean, my goodness, 14 down to 10, just like that. Just not shortable for me. Well, I don't know what's going on, guys. Do a refresh. If you can see my screen, there's the refresh, reload, refresh. Okay, just I don't know what's going on, why you guys can't hear me, but just do it. I mean, you can't hear what I'm saying, but just here's your refresh, reload. See if that works, okay? I haven't done anything. Okay, just refresh, 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 refresh. No, I know YouTube is very stable in that regard. The trading room sometimes has some little inconsistencies. Boy, look at MNPR. Anybody able to short that one? Awesome short if you had shorts available. Interactive Brokers did not. Whoa, look at this one, PFNX. Was this a buyout or something? I think this was a buyout yesterday, and it's just, but it was kind of I think, yeah, I think PFNX is a buyout, but it's still pretty active. No, I'm more of a momentum trader. So when I see stocks making new highs, I don't hop into them just because they've made a new high. I want to see the pattern they're coming from. Maybe they've rested and then made a new high. Then I'm always looking at the daily, weekly, monthly to see whether or not there is some resistance. I'm not much of a pullback player. And then the same thing if stock's making a new low. Again, checking again these higher time frames, longer time frames, just to see what sort of support they may have. But that's just me. I mean, that is not. That's a lot of people. A lot of people love just to play pullbacks. And Real is starting to get really good at looking at stocks that are topping out and fading them. Look at MNPR. I don't even know was there news on there? Day 12. So they did have some virus news, but the market is going, yeah, right. Is IGC over? Yeah, okay. It's well, okay. Great volume coming in. Great volume. Look at that, 13 million shares. This will trade the float easily. It is an earnings play. It did hit after hours $1.32. Okay, another 30 seconds before anything will appear in these two windows. Okay, OMER is actually having a nice bounce now. Good volume. Look at this little bounce now for OMER. Probably a lot of resistance right around 15. All right, OSPN. This is an earnings play. No support until maybe that 200-day moving average, 1985. So that's far enough away. Yeah, if you notice I'll tell you right now, the DRIO from the AI, it's kind of untradeable right now because of the spread. 1590, 1627. Now it might tighten up, but it is kind of untradeable. Now it's tightened up to only a dime. Oh, I don't know, $2? Who knows? Meanwhile, IBIO, IB, IBIO continues down after big day yesterday down. Maybe $2 will hold it. Oh man, I wish MNPR had been shortable. Yeah, it just got halted. IGC, wow, it just got halted. So I don't know if you got it at 124. It just got halted on the way up. It surprised me a bit. I thought once it took out $1 in the pre-market, I thought it would just do its normal thing, but it is an earnings play, so it is super active, of course. It's going to trade, well, it's going to trade the float maybe 2 or 3 times. It's already almost there, 34 million. It's traded 27 already. So again, I'm not sure what I'm going to get from my watch list today. As I apologize, when I did all my work last night, for some reason I did not save or didn't save. So I had to scramble this morning to kind of on the fly create a new watch list without doing a lot of checking of the daily, weekly, and monthly charts to see how much room they have. So I don't know what sort of, this isn't too bad actually though. CWK, it does have room. CWK. From that aspect, I'm not saying hop in and take the trade, but just from an aspect of, does it still have some room to move? It certainly does. Are you a subscriber, Pepe? Okay. Well, it's how to create them. Well, I mean, it's pretty simple, but know this, that if you do become a subscriber, I share all these scans. It's very easy to share everything that I've created. You see some of them on the screen that I'm sharing, but I have a lot of other scans that I'm sharing. So you don't even have to know how I've created them. I can just give them to you. Then once you have them, then you can, when you become a subscriber, then you just right click, configure, summary, and you see the filters that I've been using. All right, so a couple of ways to get my scans. Click on the Scans tab within the trading room. All right, and you just click on a link. When you click on the link, it'll show up. For instance, if I do the basic new highs and lows, so I click on it, it shows up here in a tab. Just copy it, Control C, so I've copied it, and then File, Load from Cloud, and then you see it, there's the string right there, then you just load it. So now it'll be on your screen. The other way to do it, which I think is probably a little more popular, because you can see them all at once, is the Room Drive icon right here. Looks like a half open folder. Click on that. Scans that I share, download. So they'll all go to a Word document. And then you just copy the link. And then do the same thing. Once the link is copied, File, Load from Cloud, and it'll appear on your screen. Yeah, for some reason there is a problem with for some of you on audio. Okay, just do a refresh. And the other thing, if you load any one of my scanners, now, I call them templates. I mean, this is how I like to see the alerts. Look at IGC. So Paul, I see you asked a question. Well, if you have our halts resumes, typically, you can see right there, 99% of the time they're 5-minute halts. So you can see IGC got halted at 9:46 plus 16 seconds, and then it opened 9:51 plus 16 seconds. 99% of the time when it's a volatility halt, the halts are for 5 minutes. Yeah, you have to come into it's. I cannot share in the YouTube feed. It doesn't. It just doesn't work, unfortunately. So, if you want my scans, you have to come into the. I call it the main trading room. Pop that into the. Okay, that is the main trading room. This is what it looks like. A lot more activity with the traders. I can share scans a lot easier. I gotta tell you, this definitely surprised me. IGC definitely surprised me. Halted again on the way up. This looked to me like when it gave up $1 that nothing would happen. SRNE continues its descent. SRNE. Yeah, this is, I think, what was a trigger? 1580. This is the trade of the week. It did trigger, but it's underwater right now. But volume coming in. So we have a halt resume scanner. Okay, so it's one of the scans I'm sharing. Okay, Pacifica. You have to be, a subscriber, but it's one of the scans I share. Look at Triumph, TGI, another one that is moving down. Even though the market is up right now, it just feels like everything is falling. A lot of bag holders for SRNE. I mean, look where this one was just 2 days ago. Almost up to 20, almost cut in half now, SRNE. Okay, so unit just triggered, but look at the daily. Looks like there's too much resistance right around 1050. So even though it triggered, now let me take a look at some of these, see if there's anything. The IGC obviously If you could have got it around the 124 before it got halted, great percentage move. This one hasn't really moved. 159 really hasn't. I mean, keep an eye on the MOXC. I mean, it had a big day a couple of days ago, but then it sold right off. August 12th pre-market, so this is an earnings play actually for it. MOXC is an earnings play for it. But again, look where it got to 238, but then it sold way off. Little recovery yesterday, and looks like it's trying to recover again today. And it's a low float, 6.7 million in the float. BMRA is, I mean, again, I looked at that press release. They tried to get a little bit of virus news in that press release and some other drug that they've got ongoing. So BMRA just really giving it up. Man, it was shortable too. Didn't realize it. Just too fluffy of a press release. All right, well, iGate is coming back some. Here's a nice, look at the volume that's coming into EYEG. Big volume coming into it. Low float. So it'll easily trade its float today. 4.4 million in the float. It's already traded 3.5 million shares. But again, look where it was, $8, and it hit $8 pre-market. Almost $8. I didn't even bother looking to see what the news was. Development, oh yeah, the conjunctivitis treatment, okay. It's sort of a red bar ignored too on the 5-minute chart. Red bar ignored. Personally, I think anything under 20 million is, I would consider low float. Others might have a different idea. Obviously, the lower the better if a stock is in play. Like this Moxie, I mean, you know, if it really gets going, I mean, there is a lot of room on a percentage basis. I'm just waiting to see if it takes out. There was the alert at 159. Oh, Zixi on the move here. Wow, look at this one. Now, this could be a ripe for a fade. Look at the 200-day moving average, 655. Got close to it. Okay, PAC-B has been a little bit choppy. I've been watching it too, real. A little bit choppy right there, but maybe now, obviously it has room. Yeah, I can see already. I mean, I don't normally have these more expensive stocks in my watch list. This was just a copy. I'd be really watching this MOXC, guys. I mean, if it takes out, starts to get going again, MOXC. Do I trade? Yes, I do the best I can. Of course, I'm answering questions and all. I mean, I'm looking to take this one, this MOXC, as a sort of basis. Excuse me, as a sort of basis here. But if you're in this room because to listen to me tell you what to buy and sell all day long, then that's not going to happen. If I get it, you know, I'm talking about this. It's up to you, of course, if you want to take this trade. When I say you, I mean anybody. Tempted right now with the MOXC. Tempted. What's the high right there? It's 161. Takes that out. I'll probably take the trade. Able to put a pretty tight stop on it. Well, there are two things. I mean, this is Trade Ideas. You're in the Trade Ideas room. You're probably not a subscriber. So these are the scans that I have. You're able to create your own scans, of course. After that, you know, you can watch how other traders are looking at stocks. Really watching this MOXC. Little pop from here will probably get me in. Just like I'm just looking at what happened a couple of days ago. Meanwhile, okay, so AEO really didn't do anything. Boy, look at Sorrento just. Yeah, I don't know the easiest way. I mean, I know, you know, I have a way of seeing things. You know, I keep saying daily, weekly, monthly. If it's got room, then I'm interested. You know, I'm talking about the MOXC. I mean, you can see it's basing here. I don't know if it's going to pop from here, but there's good volume coming in, but it's an earnings play. And all I'm doing, I'm just looking left, seeing what happened a couple of days ago. That's all I'm doing. Wow. Well, that's what an alert. 124. 181 now. What a percentage move for IGC. And it's halted again. Well, that's your perception that everything is positive. One thing, the market is never wrong. Wow, I just can't believe. Look at this. I mean, this is just, it's cut in half now. Well, real PAC-B took a while, but nice call. Well, this Moxie is certainly basing at $1.60. My number one focus right now is basing. Meanwhile, iGate, wow, that's a great move. Great move. I was wrong about this one. I thought it would just continue to fade, but not shortable for me. And it just got halted. iGate just got halted. IG just got halted. Oh, man. I'm going to ask only one more time. Who had shorts for MNPR and who's your broker? What, the entry window? Just left click on the chart and start to type. All right, guys, I'm in. I had to take it. 161 on the Moxie. It was hanging in there. See if it moves from here. 161. Is Novavax still... Yeah, what a drop is right. Oh, man. I mean, here's another one. Almost cut in half. I mean, not quite, but... You know, high of 190 down to 119 now. I mean, do people really think that... Well, you know what I want to say. Russia's got the cure, but... I don't have a price target. All I know is that, you know, it got, well, $2 probably is going to be tough to get through. I don't really have a price target. I mean, I just look left and there it was, 238. So I'm not saying, well, $1.70, but I'll be trading some out, guys. I mean, I'm just, you have to have a plan of how you're going to be in these. You know, I'm a person who, you know, if this popped quickly again, look at the volume coming in, I'll probably take some out. But you know, I can't tell you how, I'm not going to be able to tell you when to take profit or anything like that. It's got to be up to you. I don't trade futures, no. Now, if this Moxie doesn't move very quickly, I'm just going to get out of it and just let you know. Yeah, you know what, guys? I'm out of it. So I will get back in, basically flat. I will get back in if it regains and starts to move, but I'm out of it. Ooh, that was a good, very good sell. Yeah, basically flat. But I will put an alert again at 161, see if it regains it later on. All right, guys, Zixi is coming into that 200-day moving average, 655. Okay, right here. This looks like this could be ripe for a short. Meanwhile, iGate just, well, yeah, I'm glad I got out of that. I mean, that rocket. I am a little surprised at the sell-off, but I'm glad I got out of it. Made good money on it though, on a very very modest swing. My goodness, IGC. I couldn't have been more wrong about this one, thinking that when I gave up $1 in the pre-market, that would have been it. Omer making a new low, guys. Omer making another new low. Just, I mean, I know the market's up. It just feels down. Okay, so this is what I've done on the Zixi. I have shorted it, and my stop would be 655. I mean, obviously, if it got to the 200-day, I'd be out. So I shorted it right at what was the price? 648. So I got a nice tight stop on it, and see if okay, now there's Moxie back up after that big bottoming. I'm not convinced I want to get it, but it is back up. That big bottoming tail. Even I can answer that now. The standard deviation channel SDC. Look at Atom. My goodness. Look at this bottoming tail for Atom. ATOM. Well, okay, Moxie is back where I initially bought it, but I'm out of the trade. I just don't love the way it's trading. I don't like that little sell-off here. So I'm going to hold off, and now it's back down. So I'm just holding off. Maybe later on. Man. Well, bottoming tail, I mean, at one point, when you say, for instance, on that daily chart for plan, at one point, this stock was all the way down here at 42.04. The sellers had knocked it all the way down, but then the buyers closed it up here. So when you see, a series, especially, it doesn't really matter the time frame, I guess, but you see a bunch of bottoming tails in a row, the sellers keep trying, but that if you see bottoming tails, that means that the buyers at least closed it higher than the low that it got to. Eventually, maybe the sellers just give up. The buyers keep moving it up from the lows, and eventually maybe the sellers just give up and say, okay, you got it for now. And then it's the same with the topping tails. Remember what a topping tail is just the reverse. Buyers, again, you have to remember at one point this candle was green all the way up here. And then the sellers took over and closed it, well, all the way down here. So you see a bunch of topping tails in a row and just the reverse. Buyers keep trying to move it higher. Sellers keep knocking it down. Eventually, buyers will probably just give up. At least for a while. Remember, trading stocks, it's always a war between buyers and sellers. This gets back to 648. I'm out on the Zixi, okay? Just to let you know, probably should have taken some out. I was distracted. I probably should have taken some out right down there on that little move down, but I was a little distracted. Boy, we've got a lot of halts today. Again, this crazy one, BFRA. What's the maximum available? I can go back. I mean, I'm back to 2000. I don't know. I really don't know. That's why I have a weekly chart. I'm going back to 2018. I don't know what the max is, to be honest. It doesn't show it on my screen. I don't share. I mean, I can't put everything on the one on the screen that I'm sharing. All right. I just have what I would consider the most interesting. So this is, but I'm sharing it. This is one of the scanners that I am sharing. It's just on another monitor. Again, all the scanners at, what time is it? 10:18. All the scanners I'm sharing are right here in the Room Drive icon. Scans that I share, download, goes to a Word document. You can have all the scans that I'm sharing. See, I'm glad I got out of the play. I mean, I was really looking to swing this one for a lot longer. Play. I swung it overnight, got out of it. Yeah, so we don't talk about share size or how much we make in the trade. It's not there's no average. It's all about how much I'm willing to risk on a trade in terms of dollars. So for instance, if I'm willing to risk $100 a trade, just to make the math super simple, and the stock's at $10, and there's a lot of support, say at 9.90, 10 cents away, where I think it's a good support level, and I'm willing to risk $100 on the trade. So in other words, if my stop is going to be 6.90, so I'm risking 10 cents, so I could buy 1,000 shares. As an example, 1,000 times 10 cents, the stop is $100. So it's not so much how many shares, is what are you willing to risk per trade? And how much you're willing to risk per trade obviously has to have a correlation to your account size. You're not going to risk $1,000 a trade with a $5,000 account. Sava popping. Okay, it's not showing up and there's going to be a reason. The reason is, yeah, the relative volume is just under 3. I have my filter here. Relative volume has to be at least 3. And this will probably get to 3 pretty quickly. I see kind of a lot of resistance around 360 for it, right on that weekly chart. It's a low, well, yeah, it's a low float, 22 million in the float. Okay, if 60 doesn't move pretty quickly here, it's basing too long here. For me, it's just basing a little bit too long. I'm going to give it a little bit longer. But, you know, I'm in at 648 on the short. I mean, if it got close, well, okay, now it's starting to move again down. You know, I'd love to see it. I mean, looks like there's some support around the 27 mark. All right, now a little more of a move. Now, this is a new dimension for me in trading. I don't often do this sort of thing, but it was fairly not. I don't want to say any. There's nothing easy, but when you see the 200-day right there, and you can short it just kind of a little bit underneath it, then it's pretty simple where you can put your stop. Not me. I haven't had. I've been fine with IB. Okay, guys, I did cover some at 636 for the Zixi. You know, I always have to be aware of the fact that this is a stock that is up for the day a lot. Well, not a lot, 8%, but it is up. And there's a reason for it. Yeah, yeah. I can't help you there, K Crew. I mean, you know, you're asking, you know, for a prediction for you to make some money. I mean, all we can do is take a look at some of the setups, some of them, and you know, you can follow. You can hear what I'm saying about certain types of setups. You're going to have a lot of other traders with ideas. Hopefully nobody got trapped in the IGC. That's a big... I mean, Moxie still, I just don't like the way it's been trading. Now, the only good thing, I mean, the sellers have been trying a couple of times, knock it down. Buyers are reasonably in control, but so Eaton was down, I saw on the pre-market, and wow, it's come right back. This could go positive. Interesting reaction. A couple of days ago, had a big day all the way up to 875. It did close down here. Bit of a down day yesterday. Released earnings pre-market, got slapped right here, but is really recovered. And it surprised me if it went positive. Low float situation, 14 million in the float. Yeah, so I took the trade here. And I didn't listen. I be honest. I didn't expect a huge amount because the stock is up. So there's reason. There's reason for optimism, obviously. But see that 200-day moving average, 655. That can be a really stumbling block for stocks to get through. Always be aware what the 200-day moving average was. So when I saw it at 650 a couple of times, topping tails, I thought, you know what? I can take this trade, 648 on the short, and put a stop at 655, like a 7-cent stop. If it gets to the 200-day, I'm out. And if it doesn't, so I'm actually, so that's why I took some off immediately. Remember, this is a strong stock, and I don't know how much more it's going to fall, but I thought it was worth the risk. That's all. Okay, now remember I said Sava would appear here. Now the relative volume is way more than 3. All right, now my guess is that this is starting to get into short territory. The one nice thing about shorting these sort of stocks is that you will have shorts available. I mean, I shouldn't say that. You won't be hammered by or hindered by the uptick rule, because the stocks are, of course, are up for the day. Now, your broker may not have shorts available, but so at least there's that. I have not seen you take a bounce yet, real from this. I may have missed some, but I have not seen you take a bounce. Are you talking OPTT maybe? Just as I say that. No. It seems like you're concentrating more on the fades. So even though the market is up, concentrating on these fades. No, I understand. That's what I'm saying. I haven't seen you take, all these SDCs are on the top of the channel as opposed to the bottom. So I haven't seen you take any bounce plays. It seems like you're concentrating just on the fades, which is fine. Now, if William were here, he'd probably be trying to hammer that nail. Now, William, though, of course, he's in it for sometimes just, a few pennies. So that means he has to be taking a few shares. So it's a little more risky. Well, Racer, I mean, if a stock is, I get, if Real is posting something and the stock is zipping higher, you can almost guarantee he's looking for a fade. Okay. So just to let you know, I have to change my headset, guys. Just 1 second, please. That was quick. All right, let me take a look and see what's happening in this. Again, this was not well researched, unfortunately, so there could be a lot that are stalling. Not a lot of room, though PEIX, I guess. Have to figure out why my symbol list. Bit of a pain too, because it takes a while to create it. Well, this one, 2359, 2382. This is VIRT. Now this is going to be pretty whippy. AMTX, actually, AMTX is starting to put in a nice move. It's high of the day, pre-market or after hours. It's almost got right to the after hours high. Standard deviation. Okay, you answered. Channel. Ah, 10:30 already. Okay, thank you, the dreamer. So, listen, anybody with IB, does IB have a standard deviation channel? I'll have to check, note to myself, just check to see if they have one. Have to do it after hours. What type of study would that be? Aha! Yeah, it is called the standard deviation channel. Cool. Well, guys, there's the Moxie. I mean, again, I don't know. I'm not in love with it, but yeah, you can't set the daily chart to anything. Okay, it's not. Again, I hate to sound like I'm apologizing for our charts. This is not a full blown charting package. I know with most charting packages you can set it for the time and all that. This is not one of those. Okay, so you can't set it like a daily chart for 1 hour. Now I just have to figure out how to add it. Okay, well, it's kind of cool. Let's follow along what Real is doing. All right, well, it is a little past 10:30. Typically at 10:30, I welcome anybody who's brand new to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday, from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen, live on the mic. Yeah, I typically only day trade, yes. If you have trade ideas, I am sharing a lot of scans. Probably the easiest way to do it is click on the Room Drive icon, scans that I share, download, and that'll go to a Word document, and then you can look at them all at your leisure. In order to load one of them, all you have to do is copy the link from within the Word document, just, normal copy, and then File, Load from Cloud. If you've copied it correctly, then it's going to show up right here in that box, and then you just load. And now it'll be on your screen. Don't forget, if you like it, of course, you can make changes to the filters if you want, customize it a little more to your style. For instance, my basic new highs and lows, here's my price range, 1 to 20. You may want a different price range. So easy enough to change it. Just click on the icon, make your changes. You might want a different volume. If you do make the changes, then save it, and then save to the cloud. Right click, save or share to cloud, and save it. So now it is in the cloud. Why that's important? is if you can start to save a lot of scans to the cloud, and then you can start bringing them back one by one and creating a layout. Same in the web app, exactly the same. I think it's in tools. All right, well, Zixi is continuing. All right, happy puppy. All right, let me talk a little bit some of the other links, okay? First of all, talk about a subscription link. If you do want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, we have several plans. All right, so here's a subscription link right there, and there's a promo code, Barry4Alpha, 15% off, either the first month only or the entire year. Click on the link, and here's how much it costs. Premium yearly, standard yearly, $22.68 a year minus the 15%, or $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The huge difference, the reason why you would want the premium service is because you want to have access to our AI, which I'm going to go over. If you don't care about the AI, then the standard is fine. You don't have to start off with an annual plan, of course. Just scroll down a little bit. You can start off with a standard monthly just to try us out. $118 a month, less that 15%, or the premium, $228, less the 15%. I want to talk about some of the other links now. Again, the links are all, you can download the links also to your Word document. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Brokerage Plus intro. I'm going to talk more about Brokerage Plus. This is the Brokerage Plus window. And a little bit later, if you have an interactive broker's account and you want to use the Brokerage Plus window to trade from within Trade Ideas, you can do so, okay? But you do need an interactive broker's account. And watch this video. It's about a 27-minute long video. It goes in all the ins and outs about trading using the Brokerage Plus window and your interactive broker's account. I do a daily video between 1:15 and 1:45 every day. 1:45, 1:20 every day. These two links here, the short lessons and training, I want to put those links in. I think they're very important, especially if you're new to Trade Ideas, or if you don't have Trade Ideas, you can see the features that we do have. So let me just pop those links in. All right, so the 20 short lessons. Click on that, the 20 short lessons. And I know it says 20 lessons in 20 days, but you can go at your own pace. They're very, very short. You know, what is a top list? What is an alert window? All the basic features and how to create, all right? Very, very good. I mean, if you're new to Trade Ideas, please watch this or read it. It's not a video, they're not videos. The other one though, also, training. It has that link also in it, but it also has what we call TI University. A lot of great videos in here. And also our brand new to the market, Back to Basics, a great little video series, okay? If you're brand new to trading, never traded before in your life, I would really encourage you to watch this series of videos, okay? We also have 4 webinars a week, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. They are all archived. Everything is free. You know, all the training, Even if you're not a subscriber, you can always watch anything that we have. I thought I actually saw an email last week that this week's was canceled, but if it's not, this is the one that I attend, the Wednesday Q&A with Dan and Brad, co-founders of Trade Ideas. But you can register for all of the webinars right here, right on that training link. And now I am going to go over the AI. And Sava is just really ripping here. So this is not the short yet. Well, let's get it close to that 200-day moving average. All right, let me talk a little bit about the AI. So we have what we call 50 baseline strategies. This is not one of them. So if I had right above you is a subscription link right there. Can you see it? Right above you, right where you posted register, there is a subscription link right there. Okay? So as I was saying, we have 50 what we call baseline strategies, and they get optimized every day. So the AI waits for the market to close, so it has access to the latest market data, and then goes to work. Now, this is not one of the baseline strategies, but if it were, basically the AI looks at all the filters that are in place. The AI strategies have way more filters, and maybe starts making adjustments to the filter values. You know, I've got a price range right here. Maybe makes a change, runs the back tester, maybe takes a filter out completely, adds one in. And I say runs the back tester in order to optimize the strategy. At the end of the routine, and that's what happened last night, the end of the routine, these are the strategies that made the cut. They made the cut because they had the proper profit factor and win percentage combination. So in order to see the AI alerts, if you have our premium service, you need our premium service, number one. But if you have our premium service, and obviously you should be watching the AI because that's the main reason to have the premium service. Click on, from the toolbar, click on New, and then the AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, the Trades window, okay, the Strategy Trades window. You will see all of the alerts. Nothing happens until at least 9:35 every day. So you can see Holly took a short of OSPN at 21.86. If you're still in that trade, it's 20.77. You'd be up 5% as an example, okay? So when you get the alert, there's a real-time entry. You don't have to take the trade immediately, but there's the entry and you always have a stop. So you manage to trade as you see fit. And that's basically the AI. There's no video on how to use the AI. I mean, people will use the AI in many, many different ways. Now, I want to talk about... Sorry, guys. I've got something going on in an ear here. Okay, so this is the Brokerage Plus window. To load the Brokerage Plus window, and this is only available in the app, okay, not in the on the web-based version or with the web-based version. Again, click on New, Brokerage Plus. Here's the Brokerage Plus window. There are a bunch of columns. You have a lot of columns that you can choose from. Just right-click on any one of the column headers. You'll see all the columns you can have. As I said before, if you want to use this to trade your Interactive Brokers account, you need an Interactive Brokers account. And then you can use this window to trade your Interactive Brokers account. So basically you're trading within Trade Ideas. You connect, okay, right there, Interactive Brokers. We are looking to add other brokerage platforms. You can see them right there. I do not know when they'll be active, but obviously we want to add more platforms. But right now, Interactive Brokers is the only one. Please do not ask me, well, when is E-Trade going to be available? When is this one? I don't know. I want to put that link in. Give me a second here. Okay, so there's the Brokerage Plus intro video. Okay, it's about 27 minutes long. You notice I don't answer questions about Brokerage Plus that much anymore in terms of trading. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how you can use it to paper trade, simulation trading. Okay, because in that video, virtually everything you have to know about connecting to an IB account and creating one-click trading. You notice here, trade, one-click trading. If you want to auto trade, etc., everything is in that video. So for instance, if you say, well, how do I auto trade using it? I won't answer. I'll say, watch the video as an example, okay? Otherwise, I get bogged down all day long just answering all these questions when everything really is in that video. Now, we talk about paper trading. If you are new to trading, before you commit money to the market, absolutely 100% suggest that you practice trading first with our simulator. It's a paper trader simulator, okay? And it works with our real-time data. It doesn't matter what brokerage account that you have, okay? It works with our real-time data. And here's how it works. Just basically connect to it. Where it says connected, just connect to simulated trading. And it's as simple as this. So you look at an alert, OPTT, as an example. Notice how it, no, it didn't work. Just a second. Phew. Okay. When I click on OPTT, you see how the symbol shows up here. I can pick how many shares I want to trade. I can pick the price I want to get in at. If I'm shorting, I'll sell. And if I'm buying, want to go long, or go long, I buy. So let us take a trade and just show you how easy it's doing. All right, I'll take the Moxie trade. Yeah, it's moving. So I'll take it. Okay, I'm just going to show you in the simulator. Let's take 300 shares. I'm going to go right in at the market. I can go in at the market because the spread's a penny, 165, 166. So I went in at the market, it took the trade at 166. Just to show you what I'm talking about. This is Interactive Brokers, okay? This little blue box you're seeing here, this is Interactive Brokers, time and sales. All brokers have something like this. This is what I'm using. So you notice the bid ask was 165, 166. So it took the trade at the ask. Now, at this point, you should always have a stop, before you take the trade, but I'm just going to show you how you can add the stop right on the chart. So let's say I want to put the stop, the bottom here, 154. So I right click, add stop order, type in 154, and you're going to see it appear right on the chart. See, it just appeared, that line appears on the chart. So at this point, if I allow this trade to come back to 154, it would take me out of the trade for a $37 loss. I can add a target if I want. Just right click, add a target order. So let's just say I want, say, $2. and you're going to see, look how quickly, wow, that was really quick. Look how quickly it shows up right on the screen. So again, if I just allow this in the simulator, and of course you can do this if you have an Interactive Brokers account with your real money. So if you allow this just to work on its own, so if it went down to 154, it would take me out for a $37 loss. If it got up to 2 and I didn't do anything, it would take me out for a $100 gain. Now, when I say didn't do anything, so for instance, this line right now, let's say that again, the trade really starts to work well. I can use this like a trailing stop. Excuse me. I can move this right on the chart. I can move it up and down wherever I want. Okay. Same thing with the target. Let's just say, I mean, it really starts approaching the target, but there's really no reason to get out at the target. I can move the target up. Or let's say it stalls just under the target and starts to move down. I can move the line down and take me out of the trade. So I can do all this right on the chart. Don't have to do it on the chart. If I want to get out of this trade right now, for instance, I could flatten the trade. That's flatten is selling. I could get out of half the trade. I could add. I could double the trade. These are hotkeys. Or of course, I could manually. Say I wanted to trade 100 shares out. I could just type 100 in here and pick the price I want to get out at and sell. Okay, so you can do it manually. You can use the chart. Many different ways to use the simulator, and of course, Interactive Brokers if you're trading your real account. Meanwhile, OPTT, this is what I was going to demo. So Zixi is still kind of working. It's it's been what I call a fairly stress-free trade. You know, no big jumps up, which I wouldn't have wanted. Probably would have taken me out of the trade. I did sell off some. But those are the sort of patterns you like to see when you're in a trade. They don't, you just don't want to see trades that are just up and down, up and down, up and down. They can really, they become just highly emotional. You're just watching your P&L go all over the place. But here, it was very couple little pull-ups, but nothing major. All right. I don't know if I've missed any questions. Ali, I refresh and it. Okay. Typically, when it says, "Are you brand new?" Did you just take out a subscription? Because it might have looked like it was working with a green, but it'll also block you if you haven't completed the agreements. The agreements are typically, NASDAQ, New York Stock Exchange. Basically, you have to say yes, you have to agree. And if not, I'll have to send you to somebody in accounting to take a look at your account. Okay? VXRT. Well, I don't see anything really. I mean, what are you looking at? To short it? Because, I mean, there's some support right around here, maybe. Yeah, all you have to do is once you've placed the trade, then right click and you have these options. So I've already done it, but I could modify the target if I wanted to. But when you place the trade, then you can add the stop order and you can add a target order. Just right click. Yeah, I know it's flying. I know. Yeah, Ali, I don't know what's going on. Do you have if it's a green ball and you're still seeing stuff, but it's blocking you? I'm gonna have to send you to the home page, and we'll have to take a look at your account. Typically, when you're getting a message that's something to do with agreements, you haven't completed the agreements. That's typically what it means. Okay, so if this persists, I can't help you. Somebody's going to have to take a look at your account. Oh, it's working now. Okay, okay. All right. Well, this one now, what's the 200? Oh, okay, way above the 200 days. So this is again kind of ripe for one of those. Well, it's not shortable for me, so I have to forget about it. Just not shortable at Interactive Brokers, so I'll just have to forget about it. No, do you have Interactive Brokers? I mean, I'm saying it is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. If you have Interactive Brokers, just look underneath your order entry, and if you see a big green, bright green dot, then it's shortable. If it's a faded green, it means it's shortable, but they have to find shorts for you, and that I'm just not interested. And then from time to time, you'll see a big red dot, which means that it's not shortable at all. They won't even attempt to find shorts. So that's all I quickly do. So yeah, if you have IB, you can just see it's a faded green dot. The other thing you can also do is, if it is shortable, if you hover over it just a little bit, it'll show you how many shorts are available. And again, that's Interactive Brokers. All brokers will have something similar that'll let you know if a stock is shortable. All brokers are going to be different. People ask that. Actually, I haven't seen the question for a while, but it's one of the questions that we get from time to time. Why don't you have a filter for stocks that are shortable? And of course, the answer is, well, everybody's broker is different. The fact that I'm saying, Triple U is not shortable at IB, but somebody might pipe up and say, well, I have shorts at TOS. So it's obviously we can't have a filter then, because all brokers will be different. Okay, so did you just load it? Leon, did you just load it? Because if you just loaded it, it's not going to show the previous alerts. You should start seeing these things coming in. But if you just loaded it, you will not see the previous alerts. Now, when you say from the cloud, did you save my windows from last week? Is that what you mean? Yeah, but Asia, we can use many more. I mean, people get the misconception that if you don't have Interactive Brokers, you can't use trade ideas. I mean, it's first and foremost, trade ideas is a scanner. So yes, we have this. You can use Brokerage Plus to trade. You don't have to though. You don't have to. You can. We have what's called an external linking tool. And what the external linking tool does, it's a time saver. Again, not even completely necessary, depending on how many stocks you click on all day long. But it's a time saver, so that if you click on an alert, it'll load into your order entry into your broker's platform, and then from within your broker's platform, you'll trade. It's just a time saver. And also, Asia, we're looking, I mean, obviously we're, fingers crossed. I noticed we just added TD Ameritrade here. So it's not available yet, but we must be getting closer and closer to add it. I know we've had E-Trade up here forever. So that would really, depending on who you're connected to, who knows if you've got shorts. I will say that, but obviously if you're connected to Interactive Brokers, and let's just say for argument's sake, you click on something here and you try to short it, and you're connected to Interactive Brokers, the trade won't go through if there are no shorts. Meanwhile, Sava just continues to scream higher. No, I'm in a development version. If you're talking about the TD Ameritrade, again, this is just they're just gearing up for it. Okay, this is not. It's not even available as a beta. All right, guys, I'm taking some more out. I've been taking some more out. I don't have that much left of the Zixi, but 628 from 648. I was thinking at 620 might, who knows, maybe it even goes negative, but who knows, maybe I'll change my entire outlook of trading. The max PNL is what you could have made if you got out. So let's just take a look at Moxie. You see it hasn't moved, but if you had got out right at 168, there was your max PNL. So it's showing you if you got out right at the very top, what would you have made? Can you get the AI to spell the ticker name from the scanner? In other words, text to voice? Yeah. Well, I do that here for this one, but you can get, if you wanted to, you can put sound alerts on all the alert windows and also the AI window. Okay? So that's one of the nice things. So what happens is, if you right click, properties, actions, and then you check the play sound, then you set up the sound. So you notice one of them is text to speech. So you could have, if you wanted the AI to do what you just said, you would check text to speech. Understanding, of course, that the whole idea of sound alerts is to put a different one for the different windows. So when you hear something, you know exactly which window to look at. But if you wanted to, put text to speech on the AI window, yes, of course. Otherwise, use custom sound, select the sound, and then we have these folders here. Each folder has some sound alerts in them. And you can kind of practice. Click on one of them, you'll open it, you can play it. If you like it, then you just say okay a couple of times, and then that sound alert gets attached to a window. So again, that's the whole idea, is put a different sound alert, the different windows, so when you hear it, eventually, you get used to, okay, and there's my sound alert for this window. Okay? Well, this has been a fun little trade, guys, I have to say. And my marks in. I do a video later on, and I boy, Sava is not stopped. You know what has been really, and I probably would have taken this one, but I just got a little distracted. But this OSPN, I looked at this. This is a pre-market gap down, as you can see, gap down after hours yesterday. The gap basically held as an earnings play, and it has just been sliding. And it was an AI alert. Just on, I like the AI alerts 20 and under, but that was one that I probably would have should have taken. Oops. So I haven't had a chance to look at really any one of my alerts. So that one, no. That one, obviously, a huge, huge win if you could have got it close to the 124 and held on through some of these halts. 23.59, not bad. The Moxie, yeah, I mean, listen, I guess the longer it holds here, we get a big volume bar. I might hop back into that trade. Plan 45.20. Yeah, modest 45.50. Yeah, this wasn't bad. PEIX at 419 actually got on a percentage basis up to 444. Still looks interesting, PEIX. Yeah, look at this, 318 got as high as 340. So these are good percentage moves. TFFP, what have you done? Yeah, nothing. KKR inching its way. But you can see right now this would not have made my watch list typically because it doesn't have a lot of room. Looks like it's coming into a resistance area not that far away, around 37. Yeah, this one is ripping. Lincoln, Linc. It's not showing up in here because the volume is just under 300,000. It will show up here in a second. Linc. So there's a question I get all the time. Well, I wanted to see this. Okay, I mean, look, it's a great move. Of course it is. So it's going to show up right now there because I have a minimum volume of 300. So people will say, well, why don't you just drop the minimum volume? And I could do that. You drop the minimum volume to say 250 or 200. What happens is I may get a lot of other alerts that I just don't want to see. So this is always a bit of a, a trial and error a little bit between how many alerts do you want to get. You want to take quality over quantity. So you will miss things like this because of a filter that you've got in place, but I mean, that's just the way it is. Yeah, people piling into Tesla before the 1 to 4. What's the date? Is it August 21st or something like that? That it becomes effective, or August, towards the end of the August 31st, right? Not 21st. And aren't they also giving you four shares too? But you have to be of record. Maybe that's what I meant. Shareholders of record on August the, what is it, 15th maybe, or 20th? It's some date. Obviously, you have to be shareholder of record August 21st. Thank you. That's why I thought I read August the 21st for something. So yeah, shareholder record. And don't they give you 4 shares also? Yeah, so the split, yeah, it's a 1 to 4 split. Just like Apple is doing, what is their ratio? I think it's a 1 to 4 ratio also. 1 to 5, thank you. Okay. Oh, 1 to 5 for Tesla. Sorry, okay. I thought it was 1 to 4. So it's 1 to 4 for Apple, I believe. Now, had I been paying a lot more attention to the AI, again, if you have the AI, you should have this reentry time and reentry price columns. All right. If you don't have them, you should add them. And it's just one of the columns. Just right click, columns, okay, and they're alphabetical order. Just add them. So, what does it mean? So, if a stock actually hits a stop, doesn't necessarily mean that's the exit reason, but if a stock hits the stop price at any time during the day, okay, again, it doesn't have to be stopped out. That's the reason to get out. For instance, if this one, 2186, if it got up to 2287 at some time during the day, let's say it had a big rebound. Remember, this is a short. Let's say it rebounded and got all the way back up there and hit the stop price and then started to fall again. So what happens is this reentry time and reentry price columns, the reentry price is automatically established. It's just halfway between the entry and the stop. Nothing scientific about that. So if it happens, so look what happened with a DRIO. Got stopped out, actually hit the stop price of 1518, got stopped out. There was a re-entry possibility at 1579 at 1013. because what happened is it got stopped out and then it came up to this 1579, and you can see what it's done since then. 1672. So, I mean, that's a tremendous re-entry for DRIO. Now, I will say this, terrible spread. Terrible, terrible, terrible spread. So, I mean, it's kind of untradeable. Yeah, sure. So when a stock splits, so Tesla, so it's a 1 for 5. Is that somebody said 1 for 5? So what would happen? Let's just say, let's make the math super simple. And the stock is at $1,500. And I don't know how many shares outstanding there are. That's the float, but there would be more because, you know, there's insiders and all of that. So let's just say, again, I want to make the math super simple. Let's just say there are 500 million shares outstanding and the stock is at $1,500 when it splits 5 to 1. So basically, their share price would be 1/5, which would be $300. And then you would multiply the number of shares outstanding by 5. So when you multiply the number of shares by the stock price, you still get the same market cap. You know, market cap, of course, is just the number of shares times the share price. So what they're trying to do, typically when a stock does a split like this, when it's an expensive stock, they're trying to make it more affordable, or the perception that it's more affordable for the average investor. Not the $300, okay, but that's the usual reason. That's why Apple did it, 1 for 7 a while back, and now they're doing another one. Okay, does that make sense? So basically, that ratio, you would be multiplying the number of shares outstanding by the number and dividing by that number the share price. So when you multiply the two together, you're still getting the same market cap. Well, when you say, is that the AI is alerted on the re-entry. Yes. You know, you have a right there. There was the alert right there at 1579. But I will say this, it's kind of, you know, to a certain extent, it's a bit untradeable. The spread has always been terrible. Then, of course, there's the other one, which is more common, is when a stock does a split when their price is very low, under $1. And typically they're doing that because they're trying to maintain a NASDAQ listing. And so it's just the absolute reverse. Let's say the stock is 10 cents or 20 cents, and they do the reverse split. The ratio is 10. So now, and they've got 100 million shares outstanding. So now the next day, that stock price would be $2, just 20 cents times 10, and then only 10 million shares outstanding, 100 million divided by 10. So again, same market cap when you multiply the new share price by the new number of shares outstanding. And typically that is what happens with the lower price stocks that are trying to maintain a NASDAQ listing. Well, it obviously stalled right at 16, so I don't know. I mean, it stalled at 16. Again, these whole numbers are just psychological barriers. I mean, there's no real reason for it to stall at 16, because if you look at the daily chart, I mean, in theory, the next high looking left is 16, what, 1690, so 17. There's no reason for it to stall at 16 other than when you go into a store and they say something is $9.99. You go, wow, okay. If they said it was $10.20, you go, that's a little expensive. I mean, it's crazy. It's just psychological. So it's the same with stock. I mean, these whole numbers can just be a real barrier, even though it's just psychological more than anything. All right, guys. Well, listen, I mean, I'm only taking the 2 trades. The Zixi is still starting to inch its way down. The Moxie I did get out flat. Still not convinced this is, it looks like it just wants to be hanging around this area for a while. Well, the other thing, the volume is dried up too, though, too. You need volume, you need volume. You hear me talk about this all the time. I mean, without volume, you might get a little pop, might be a real fake little pop, because if there's no volume to sustain it, then why would it keep moving up? If there's no excitement about the stock, traders piling in to buy it, then, you can get these little fake pops. So you'll hear me talk about that all the time, especially later on with these ones. All of a sudden, a lot of these smaller ones will rest for hours, and then later on in the day, traders pile back in, and you'll see a big volume pop. Just one moment, please. Okay, 11:25. So have I caught up with all the questions? So let's just say I wanted to play a little bounce play for play. All right, and see, look like it's trying to hold this area. Now you can do another thing with the simulation trading. So you can do what we call conditional buys. So for instance, let's just say I thought, okay, you know what? I wouldn't mind buying this, but I'd like to see it take out the tops here. All right, so that's say 1526. So what you can do is put what we call a conditional buy order in. So let's pick the number of shares you want. Let's go a couple hundred shares. I'm going to put 1526 in both. I don't think you have to do it in both, but I always do. Okay, and now I'm going to click buy. So look what happens right on the screen here. I've got a conditional buy order at 15.26 for play. So if it hit 15.26, it'll take the trade. So that's a conditional buy like that. Or if you wanted to, a lot of people like to play pullbacks, right? And you could say, well, I only want to take the stock if it pulls back to a certain level. So for instance, like Link as an example, let's just say I want to take this trade at at this level right here, or right there, 642. So that's underneath. If it pulls back there, I want to take the trade. So I'll do the same thing. 642. And buy it. Okay, so the same thing. So if this stock pulls back to 642, I will take the trade. Now, I can, if let's just say for argument's sake, it just stalls here and starts moving higher, I can move this line and take the trade immediately. All right? Or, in other words, I can do anything I want with this line now that it's on the chart. If I wanted to get rid of the trade completely, I said, you know what, I don't like it anymore. I just go to the orders and I just cancel. Just cancel order. Okay, so there's all sorts of things you can do in the simulator. And it's using our real-time data. This has been just a great short, guys, from the AI. And a nice spread. Right now, it's only a penny spread. A great short from the AI, 2186 down to 2002. Now, here is a big word about the AI. For all of you that want to fully automate this, which we don't recommend, you can use the AI. There's the machine is alerting you to the possibilities, and then you, in my opinion, look at this, OSPN, you should manage the trades. So look where the AI got out of the trade. 2186 was the entry. Look at the exit, 2186. An algorithm kicked in and took you out of the trade for no gain. Okay, now I'm not saying, but so if you just sort of if you just let it run and then didn't look at this trade, again, instead of using it like a great watch list all day long, you would miss out on a great 8% gain. Because once it did that, I'm not saying there wasn't any jogs up, but just a little one there, a little one there. Maybe you take off a little bit, but look how nice this has been to short it, keeping in the trade at least a certain number of shares. But if you had, I know everybody wants to just run the AI automatically, get out when the AI gets out. But that's not what we recommend. The management of the exits. That's why we say, everybody's, there'll be so many different valuations of the AI. Somebody says, well, how much can I make? Well, it really depends on what sort of a trader you are and how well you're able to, maintain watching something. And, even if the AI, even if you did auto and got out of the trade, you should still watch it. Same with the entries, the re-entries. The theory on that re-entry, even though, again, I keep saying, that the spread was not great, but the theory on the re-entry is that maybe the AI was just a little bit early on the trade. Do you use our reversals, Lily? Red to green and green to red, do you use them? Because we have a filter for that. So we have four reversals: cross above the open, cross below the open, cross above the close, cross below the close. So you have your pick. Oh, okay. Did you do it? Oh, I see. Yeah, way down here. Okay. Have to admit though, real, it's more appealing. I think the shorts. I know what you mean. It just seems to be more appealing. I'm going to well, now that I know, now you're using it on a 5-minute chart exclusively? Because now that I know we can add this, standard deviation channel. Oh, okay, so you've got them all going. I thought you said earlier, yeah, okay, mostly 5. So maybe I'll change it to a 5. But and is this the right set? It's 2, 20, and EMA. Is that what you're using, or you're using 3? I thought maybe I saw, or using a multiple, like 2.2 or 2.1, or what are you setting it at? So it is 2, okay. And EMA, base average EMA. I mean, this is all new to me, so okay. Well, I'll just leave it. Now, I'm not sure where it shows up. Obviously, I've done this wrong. These are the Bollinger Bands, but I'm sure it must show up as some kind of a... Look at OSPN, guys. I mean, again, this is just devastating for this. Look, oh, okay, now, look at the 200-day moving average. Will we have a bounce? There's a 200-day moving average for... I mean, I was jokingly saying maybe let's see if it gets down to the 200-day moving average. Look at this, right on the 200-day moving average. Well, how do I answer a question like that, Smart Homes of Tampa? Can it be successful with a cash account? I mean, all depends on how you manage your trades. And if you're talking about what I was just displaying, that's an Interactive Brokers chart. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so Felix, I'm not a big indicator guy, okay? So I don't know what the best EMA. I know that Real in the trading room uses an 8 EMA on all time frames. So, but I'm not a an expert, something like that. So I don't know if there's what is, when you ask what is the best, I mean, you could get 10 different opinions maybe, but I know a lot of people in the trading room use an 8 EMA. Okay? There you go. So Mike uses a 20. Not an 80, no, 8 EMA. He uses an 8 EMA and a 20 SMA on certainly the well, I think on all time frames, but certainly the intraday time frames. That's just a suggestion. And looks for the crosses and things like that. Though I haven't heard about that for a long time. About crosses. Haven't heard about crosses for a long time. So guys, look. I mean, look at the OSPN. I'm not saying it's going to bounce, but I mean, this is the only technical indicator that I pay attention to in like all the time. I'm always aware where the 200-day moving average is. So look what happened. I mean, it got literally to the penny. Now, I'm not saying it's going to, like a big, huge bounce or anything, but it looks like it's trying to hold. Do I only use candlesticks? Yes. Meanwhile, Red Robin is an earnings play on the way down here. Okay, guys, well, watching that Zixi, so I'm all out of the Zixi trade. Just as it, just underneath 630. So I'm all out of the Zixi trade. Wasn't bad. Excuse me. Bad. Wasn't bad. Okay, it depends what you mean by work. Okay. Felix, and are you talking about the 8 EMA? It's all how you interpret it, of course. Okay, so I'm the wrong person. Maybe somebody else in the YouTube feed. So I don't know what you mean. Does it work for all time frames? All right, so you can see that it took the play trade. All right, remember I had this conditional buy up here, and so it took it, popped through, it took it. Now, if I don't like it right now, I can just get out of it. I mean, it popped, but it didn't keep going. So at this point, I can now I can put a stop in, of course. I'm going to always have a stop. Say put 15. Yeah, Zach, I should have been paying more attention yesterday about, I think somebody, very uncalled for says something a little negative. So I'll pay a little more attention, okay? Because, yeah, I want to see you posting. So you must be very new to trading, Felix. I mean, using candlesticks, I mean, it's the most universally used system on charts, okay? Candlesticks. I mean, it just tells you a lot. It gives you the open, the high, the close, so I mean, you maybe you should go to Investopedia or something like that. But I mean, virtually everybody, I mean, there are other types of things you can do, but most people use candlesticks. Meanwhile, okay, So OSPN guys took out that 200-day moving average. So now look at this, down 10%. If you just had this set on automation, you'd be out flat, no gain. That is one I definitely should have been in. I liked it right from the get-go when I saw this in the pre-market. Saw that big drop. I mean, look. Yeah, if you're brand new, then I would probably start. I mean, candlestick charting is the, I would say that 99% of people, that's what they use. So, to say what are the advantages, I mean, that would be then asking me to compare the other methods, which I've never really considered. Well, everything you're seeing here is stocks. We don't do Forex in our platform. I don't think it is available, Sam. No. The reason being too is that a strategy may be really good for a week, and then we go through this optimization procedure all the time, and then all of a sudden it just isn't good anymore. And that's why we have the 50 strategies, so that generally we're always going to find some that give us the best chances on a daily basis. These are the ones that made the cut today. Of course, it doesn't mean every one of them, every alert you get is going to be great. But so to sort of say, well, over the last month, we don't have information like that. All right, Bruins. Guys are killing me. Just a second here. I don't know. No, J-Backs, I don't. Okay, so Felix, I don't understand the question. Can you start $150 on your platform? Are you talking about in a trading account? The answer is no, because I mean our software costs, a minimum of 118 a month. So no, you need. So I'm not sure I understand your question. I mean, if you only have $150, I'm sorry. I mean, it's going to be pretty tough to trade. Don't want to lead you on or anything. Yeah, I mean that's no. I mean you can't, because our platform itself costs $118 minimum a month. So you'd have to fund your account a lot more than that. Sorry to tell you that, but that's just reality. Well, I'd say a minimum of 5,000. Minimum. Depends how active you want to trade, but I mean, but definitely 150 is is not enough. Well, the trade of the week though was active at 1580. So I mean, so it really hasn't worked yet. Okay, it was active at 1580. Did get up to 1619. This is Monday, so it is underwater. And yes, you're right. But I mean, 1580. I mean, okay, if you got out for 20 cents, fine. What are you doing? Okay, one moment, please. Sorry, you're right. I'm on mute. Yes, yes, yes. So I'm just talking about BMRA. Just saying how it's doing the curl thing, and the spread is tightened up a little bit. Boy, this Moxie is just doing absolutely nothing. Only good thing is, slightly rising lows here. That's the only good thing. Yeah, so just a confirmation on that trade of the week. So it is the first trigger that gets counted in the stats. Boy, this BMRA looks like it wants to make another little run again. I'll be taking my break very soon, so I'm not going to be able to partake. Just going to stick it in here. So Jamie will be taking over the YouTube feed at noon. He'll run that from noon to 1. I'll come back into this room at 12:30. Yeah, you know what I'll be doing on my break? So maybe a little longer on the... No, 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 no. Guys, come on. Obviously, you don't know me well enough. So my break might be a little longer today. Look at BMRA, guys. No, obviously I have no hockey fans in this room. That's okay. Look at BMRA, guys. We're just talking about it. Ah, yes. Thank you, Mick. Just the craziness of last night, the 5 overtime. So the Bruins game was canceled. So it's on right now, and I'm just waiting for Jamie to show up so I can take off. Light box, LITB, light in the box. Look at this one, nice little break here. Look at the volume also, guys. Look at great consolidation on that 15-minute chart. And then we get some volume, LITB popping, popping, popping. Ah, there's Jamie. Thank you, Jamie. I can go now. Okay. Okay, guys, I'm going to stop my YouTube stream. So thanks, Jamie. Jamie will be there until 1 o'clock. Maybe longer, Jamie, if you want me. I can go now. Okay. Okay, guys, I'm going to stop my YouTube stream. So thanks, Jamie. Jamie will be there until 1 o'clock. Maybe longer, Jamie, if you want, so I can watch more of the game. I'm just Okay, guys, I'm going to stop my.
Yes, Bear, you go enjoy yourself there. Hello, everyone. Welcome to my desktop. Hopefully, everybody can see and hear me okay. But just in case, if someone would not mind using the chat panel to let me know that you can see and hear, that would be much appreciated. And we'll get the chat parked over here where I can see it. So testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Thank you. We'll just call you NN. And thank you, Todd. Yes. Everybody can see and hear. And welcome to my desktop. So what's been going on in the market today? Well, we got a nice little gap up as the S&P closes in on its destiny here of an all-time high. Here we are looking at the weekly candles, and we are just a smidge away. Let's see here. We had the high there was 338.12, 339.08. So that is the magic number, 339.08. So less than 2 points away from the ATH on the SPY. As NASDAQ forming this little doji on the weekly candle right here, but let's take a peek on the daily. It did pull back for 3 days there, but coming down and just tickling the 20 period, smashed right through that 10 period, bounced off the 20, and now it looks like we're heading back up. Little synchronicity there. Perhaps the SPY and the Qs might be hitting all-time highs at the same time sometime in the next 24, 48, 72 hours. It will be interesting. Pardon me while I cleared my throat. It's allergy time here in Texas. Always a fun time. So just want to remind everybody that this is the hour allocated for the live support session. So if you have any questions about anything TI related, whether it's the AI, help with a strategy, alert window, top list, compare count, anything is fair game here. So if you have a question, by all means get it out there. Take a look at the roster today. How many people do we have in here? Yeah, we got a pretty good crowd, a little bigger than normal. Feels like everybody's taking a nap today. Feels kind of like the market's taking a nap. Feels like traders out there are taking a nap. This feels real quiet today. All right, double in. What type of alert would you like to create there? Let's see if I can get it done for you. And as always, what is it? What's going on out there, Mike? Always nice to see ya. Hopefully you're printing lots of cash today. And while we're waiting for Double In to tell me what type of alert they'd like to create, we'll just kind of quickly peruse the AI trades here, and we can see kind of a weird, unusually high amount of stop outs today. But then we've got OSPN making the donuts, a real nice crisp short here, and another little opportunity. I tell you what, I'm going to go ahead and flip this to 15 minutes here. And what a nice orderly transition to the downside that this OSPN has had. A little 30-minute break after the AI called it. Tell you what, let's just go back to 15. I kind of like that view a little, or 5. I like that view a little bit better here. Then I'll get to the questions that are coming in here. But I always like to point these out. You know, when you see the AI make the entry pretty early on here, and this entry on the OSPN was only 9 minutes and 20 seconds into the open. So we got that statistically viable signal there for the OSPN short. And then look how beautifully this thing sets up for a second entry here, as this little tight range break is exceeded right here. Even sets up another time here. This is a very orderly descent downward for OSPN. Okay, a stock falling at the open and then rally back past pre-market high and go above the VWAP. Okay. Yeah, so that's a kind of a two-parter there. First, we have to identify falling at the open, right? We kind of have to define, well, how much does it need to fall at the open? And then we can easily build in the pre-market, but I just don't know if those things might cancel each other out there. So we'll get to that in just a second here. Can the AI be configured for a sound when the stocks when it makes entries and it exits? Todd asked the question, and the answer is absolutely. What we would do here, I've got my AI blotter here, and I tell you what, give me one quick second. I'm just going to get my pen out here. If I need to point to anything or mark something up, it'll just be a little easier for everyone to see. So here's the AI strategy panel right here. And all we need to do is right click into that panel. And then we could go to actions. Notice mine is already checked because I've already got a sound attached to the panel. But once we pull it up, if you have not activated this feature yet, you would just check the little box here, and then you would click set up sound, at which point in time you can pick one of these pre-configured sounds, or if you like to use custom sounds, you can import your own .w wave file, right? So if I said use custom sound, I could peruse some of these preloaded WAV files that come resident in the system. Got some funny Jim Cramer noises and stuff like that in there. Or you can just simply pick one of the pre-configured. I like text-to-speech, but you can use some of these beep boop beeps up here, or import your own wave file, or pick one of our preloaded wave files. So pretty straightforward, pretty simple there. As soon as you do that, click OK. Then anytime the AI makes a new entry or closes out an existing position, you'll get that audible alert. And the next question is, how do I open a SPY window to monitor the market? Okay, well, SPY window, well, that could be as simple as a chart, right? Are you referring to maybe a specialized alert window for keeping tabs on the SPY, Brian? I think what you might be, well, I tell you what, let me pull this window up. It's been a while since I looked at this one. I'm just going to pull it out of my cloud here. And if you really want to pay attention to one symbol, yeah, we can create some pretty specific stuff for that. Here's a window. This is a multi-strategy window that I specifically call SPY Watcher, right? A multi-strategy window was originally designed so that we could take regular alert windows like we see down here, and I've got two right here, but hey, you might have 4 or 5 different alert windows that you like to keep tabs on, and assuming that they're not just going crazy with too many symbols, a lot of people like to take 4 or 5 single standing alert windows and watch them through a multi-strategy window. That's the reason that a multi-strat was originally invented, to help us conserve screen space by monitoring multiple alert windows through the multi-strategy window. However, I'm using it for a little bit different of a spin with this SPY Watcher window. If we hover over the strategies, you can see I've only got 2 active. Okay. Okay, and I see. Okay, thank you for kicking that out there, Brian. Obviously, I'm on the wrong page here because this is not what you're wanting to see. Just a trend. Okay, so that leads me to believe just a good old-fashioned chart window. Okay. If we're talking about a window to watch the SPY, well, my brain goes to a chart. Now, if you want one up all the time, say I've got my SPY daily, I've got my SPY my intraday chart here, But let's say you wanted to have a SPY chart up that doesn't change when I click the symbols, right? We can always do that. I could always right click here, duplicate that chart. Then I could say, you know what? I want to watch the SPY on a weekly time frame. And I just want it to have SPY on there all the time. I don't want it to change. So I might park it on a different monitor just to keep tabs on the SPY. In which case I would want to unlink the window by right-clicking and going to Properties and just uncheck symbol linking. Now whenever I click on a symbol, my other two charts change, but this little guy is going to stay parked right on the SPY, and then I can just kick it over to my other monitor and always have eyes on the SPY. Now, Brian, you let me know if I addressed the question there or if I'm off base here. That's where my brain went, but I could be wrong. Just let me know if I need to talk about it in a different capacity there. Okay, cool. Okay, I think I got all of those last little batch of questions there, so I'm going to circle back around to, once again, I'm just going to call you Double N there because I'm not sure I know how to pronounce the rest of your name there. Looks like Day, but I'm not even going to go there. Let's see. A stock falling at the open, then rallies back past pre-market highs and goes above VWAP. Okay, we've got all those things resident in the system. The tricky part is going, okay, stock's going to fall and then go back up to the pre-market high and then settle out and go above the VWAP. Okay. So I'm thinking to myself, well, would it be advantageous to try to figure out the second part? Because if that's when you want to see it, a stock that's fallen, then it rallies back past pre-market high and goes above the VWAP. And then that's when you want to see it, I'm assuming, after it's done all of those things, and then you're going to make the decision to either buy that thing and hope that it goes up, or maybe you're thinking about fading it for a short. Not really sure there. But let's see here. What could we potentially use? Okay, so when we talk about something going down, on the open, does it really matter? Okay, let's say a stock opens and immediately gets sold off 1, 2, 3%, and then we have to talk about the time in which it does that. Does it matter if it did it in the opening 5 minutes, opening 15 minutes? Do we want to assign a certain time frame for the initial downswing? Okay. So we could just attach stocks hitting a new intraday low, but then again, once do we want to dictate how much the stock has to go down and in what time frame? I guess that's the first question there. Double N. First 15 minutes, okay, all right. And then do we have a magic number, like needs to at least, if it doesn't go down at least 1 or 2% in the first 15 minutes or 3%, is there a minimum amount that it needs to go down in the first 15 minutes? Or just a general, a minimum value, 1% or more, 2% or more, 3% or more? So I noticed what you said there, an alert window if possible. Okay, so let's sketch out the filter set first. And what we're going to do is use a top list to do that, and then we can convert it into an alert if that's the direction we want to go here. Okay, so no lower than the pre-market low. Let me get my pre-market showing here. Okay, so this stock was just up here at random. Okay, PSNL. We can see the pre-market activity. Right here is the pre-market low. Okay, so if the stock opened here and the opening print of the first candle there was 1840. So let me just kind of snuggle that up. Okay, pre-market low, stock opened at 1840. This one ran up, but you're saying if this one would have run down in the opening market or in the opening 5, 10, 15 minutes, we would not have wanted it to go below the pre-market low. Is that right? Another question pops up. When you're looking at a swing trade, when do you typically look to get into the trade? Before the close. Damien, some people, that is, a lot of people out there are monitoring stocks on the longer time frames, and they'll wait till the close. And if the setup is there, then they go ahead and make the entry. I've heard of people doing that or preferring that, and then, of course, see what happens on the next day, hoping to get the gap up or the gap down based on what's playing out on the daily pattern. So that is one way to do it. However, for people like myself, when you're talking about a swing trade, I mean, it's basically when it sets up accordingly, right? So, for example, PSNL, once again, a lot of people yesterday probably saw this candle here and thought, that's a sign of strength. Didn't even come down here and tickle the 10 period, and we got this nice little green hammer, which kind of indicates strength. So they might have put that trade on, and we're a little disappointed today with the gap down. I wonder if that wasn't earnings related because they reported on the 6th. So that is a technique that some people use. But, example, could have been playing this off of the pullback to the 10 period. All right, comes down here, doesn't quite tickle it, get a strong candle there. So somebody might have made this in the last 15 minutes, but then again, this type of pattern could have occurred several days earlier down here, right? So not necessarily at the close. So I would say ultimately it's when the pattern that you're looking for on the longer time frames presents itself. Now sometimes that is going to coincide with the close, right? But it could happen in the first hour, the first 2 hours, any time of the day. So I hope that makes sense, right? If it doesn't, let me know and I'll try to explain it a little bit better. But I think that's what you were getting at. Sometimes that'll coincide with the close, sometimes it will not. All right, how can I set the limit for the AI to invest? Okay, if you're talking about that in the Brokerage Plus sense, there's two different ways. When we're dealing with the AI trades panel and we're just observing here, we would go into Tools, Options, and then we would come up here to the AI Trade Size tab. Okay. So here I could say let's do $1,000 per trade, and the system would get me as many shares as that amount would get us into. We could do shares per trade here, or this last field, risk based on stop loss. So in other words, if I say I'm only willing to risk $100 per trade here, which is the mode that I'm operating in and what all these values here are currently based on, then the system will go, it'll make the quick calculation. Okay, if you only want to risk 100, then you're only going to be able to get into 99 shares of OPSN or OSPN, 98 shares of GFF, where you could have been in 400 shares of FBC because of the very tight stop. Okay, so that's the way to do it when you're observing the AI through the strategy trades panel. Now, if you're doing it with Brokerage Plus, say you might be running the AI in paper mode, which I've been doing today. If we go to the AI tab, you can see I've got all of my strategies active. And here, the way we would do that is we would just say right click, and then we can edit our long and short trading instructions. And then we have the same field here in Brokerage Plus in the AI tab. You can see once again, I'm using based on a stop loss of $100. Or I could go fixed dollars or fixed shares. So when we look down here in moderate mode, we can see minus $60.67, whereas I'm down running in moderate mode about twice that. Okay. Now you might be thinking to yourself, well, why are the numbers different? You know, if I've got the same values plugged in here and the same values plugged in here, well, we can account the difference here to slippage. The difference in the price that the AI gets here when it just marks the price when the alert comes out, 21.86. It was a short sell on OSPN, and I got 2 cents of slippage. I took a 2-cent worse price there. Okay, so once you add up all the slippage, that's probably what's going to account for the difference here in the prices or the total P&L there. All right, good, Damien. I'm glad that answered the question earlier. And good, I answered your question on how to set the AI to invest. So now we'll circle back around to Double N's question earlier about setting up a potential alert. Okay, so I lost my spot here. What we're going to do is we're just going to blank out this top list. And what we're going to do first is just throw some generic filters in here. We'll weed out the ETFs. Of course, you can always remove these filter settings to add ETFs back in, and we'll just set it with something generic as far as pricing goes. All right. Now, Double in on these stocks that we're going to try to set up your scan for. Do you have any average daily volume preferences, like 500,000 a day, a million a day, things of that nature? Any other basic filters that you may or may not want in here? Let's see, is that 6 zeros, a million a day, I think? Okay, we'll just go ahead and pop a million in the 5-day. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Relative volume of 2. Okay, I like that. I like where you're going there. We'll do relative volume of 2. Okay, now let me just kind of get this back out to the front here. See what we got. Okay, are you good with these min-max prices, or would you like me to modify that? Now let's see. 25, 1, 2, 3. I do believe that's 25 million on the float. Yes, okay. So relatively low floaters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And just let me know if you want me to change the min-max 2 to 100. I got you. Okay. 2 and 100. Okay. All right, so now let's try to sketch out that first. But that's really weird that I'm not seeing any symbols on there with this filter set. Well, here's what I'm seeing right here. If we use a float of 25 million max and then we're requesting average daily volume of a million, I think that, because watch what happens here. If I remove a 0, okay. Exchanges, symbol list, all symbols. It just seems like I should be getting a list of symbols here. And I guess the reason we're not, it has to be, let me just remove this for a moment. Float of 25 million. Even with this loose filter set, I don't know why. I think I should be getting a lot more stocks on this list. 2 and 100. Did I do something wrong up here? Okay, yeah, we'll just leave that out for now. I was like, what in the world's going on here? I should be seeing more things. Now we'll plug the float back in. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, that looks more reasonable now. Okay. I probably put a wrong value in there. Okay, so now let's try to sketch out that opening 15-minute move. Okay, so we're going to be looking at we're going to be putting in place the change in 15 minutes. And you said during the first 15 minutes is when we wanted the downturn, but I can't remember if you dictated a minimum of what the downturn needed to be. So what are we going to put in here? Change in 15 minutes on a percentage basis would be what? You want to use a minimum of 1% down, 2% down? You tell me, double in. As far as, what do we want the minimum? It needs to be down at least 1% or more, or 0.5% or more. Where do we start? Right. Okay. Yes, I do remember that. Okay, so pre-market range, position in pre-market range. We don't want to be, okay, we want to be no lower than the low of the pre-market range. Okay, so at the low or above the low, just not below the low. Okay, so that's what the 0 is confirming for us. The price is above the low of the pre-market range. The price is at the low of the pre-market range, but not below the low of the pre-market range. Okay, so we got that. Now, but the question here also, okay, so it could be at the low or above the low, but it could be too close to the high in this case. So if we were going to convert this into an alert window with these existing settings, we would probably get some pretty good hits if we just use an intraday low, because even though it's ticking lower using the intraday low ticker, it couldn't be past the pre-market. So I tell you what, let's just go ahead and collaborate these to an alert window. I noticed that symbol coming through there. Let's see. Yeah, we had a big day in OXBR yesterday. And this little guy, see how he's just peeking his head out over here, breaking that nice little tight range. Of course, a little late to the party here. Would have been nice to get it as it was kicking above $1.83 there. But not a bad little intraday breakout there. Okay, so back to business here. We're going to collaborate the filter settings in here. And when I do that, I lose my time column, so we're going to pop that back in here. We're going to go grab new low as the alert. Take that guy. Boom. Okay, so push our little template down here. And we'll just see what this guy kicked out today. Okay, so here we are all the way back down to the bottom of the list. Now let's just take a look at some of these. Okay, well, yeah, pretty spotty on the pre-market there. But notice when you would have gotten the alert, it would have been here. Of course, it's doing our job. Of course, this one continued down. It did not go back up and reclaim the pre-market high there. So you see, earlier when you first told me about this idea, I'm like, yeah, it kind of seems like we have a couple of different parts here, and I don't know if we're going to be able to cram, the downturn snuggling up to the pre-market low and combining that with, because once we identify this part of the equation, okay, yeah, it is here. Let's see if we can find a better example. Okay, this one looks like it might have fit the bill because the pre-market low was here, right? And then we bottomed out right here. Okay, so you go ahead and tell me, Double N, like for the first half of the equation, this is looking good, right? Didn't, hit lows. This is the opening bar right here, barely off the lows of the pre-market, and then we took a nice little bounce here. Okay, now is this coinciding with the VWAP and all that good stuff? We don't know yet, but it looks like that's the type of action that you want, right? We open up, we come down here, we tickle the pre-market low, don't penetrate it, and then we head back up. So that's the first part of the equation. And then overcoming the pre-market high, this little guy did. Okay, so in essence, I think the path you're going to have to go down here is using basically an alert window like this to identify your round of candidates. Okay, so just looking at what we have here, we've got quite a few symbols coming through. Of course, I'm starting to see some repeats, but a lot of symbols coming through here, which is not necessarily bad because we could always tighten it up a little bit. Let's just kind of scroll through here and see if we're picking up more of these guys. Now this little guy right here must have come out up here because before, what was the price there? Well, I'll tell you what, it would probably be beneficial if we installed a price column here and where it was in the pre-market range. And then if we remove the graphical indicator here, just so we can see, obviously we should never see a negative number in there. Yeah, see, this is what I was talking about earlier. It might open, and all we've done is tell it can't be below the pre-market high. But see, what if it's above the pre-market high? Do we want to get rid of that? Do we want to make sure it's not too far up in the pre-market range? So for example, we're going to get them like this. They're already past the pre-market high. They're not down here all snuggly in the pre-market low. So the question is, okay, we don't want to see it past the pre-market low, but what's the maximum in the range of the pre-market that we would want to see? Right, but it has to have a little bit of room here. It has to have room, right? Because this guy, when it came out, we were running down here and we were above the pre-market, which is right here, right? But we were already at the high of the pre-market. You see what I'm saying there, Double N? We don't want it to be below the pre-market low, but we don't want it to be too high in the pre-market range. So what would be the maximum? Do we want to see them at a maximum of 50 percentile of the pre-market range? The bottom 20 percentile? You see what I'm saying here? See this 100 value right here on this FENC? So we were above the low, which the 0 satisfies, but we were already at the high. Therefore, it has, okay, so let's go in here and pop 90% into the max. That way, there'll always be a little bit of room in there, right? So now we have the price is at the low, but not below, or no more than 90% above the low. So we should see FENC hopefully drop off the list here. Okay, and it looks like we paired out a good amount of symbols there, which is good. All right, so we got Hall showing up again. All right, nice little action there. CARV. Okay. Price of 719. Let's see where that was. Yeah, so this one was fitting the bill right here. When we opened, we were above, but this one failed, and of course, some of those are going to fail. They're not all going to bounce, but at least we know we're getting the right metric here. LPTH. Let's see. Opening candle was right here, and pre-market low was here. Okay. So, we're hoping for a regression back up to pre-market highs or daily highs. Some of them are going to stick, some of them are not going to stick. So I guess the question double in is, if you're playing these, you could probably keep your risk pretty tight, because I would assume you're using pre-market low as your stop loss or your bail point if you're wrong. In which case, the closer it is, the better, because the smaller your risk is going to be. Okay, big C, another one. It just didn't go back up. Here's one that looks pretty tasty, right? PRTS at a price of 1376. Yeah, we're right there on it. Okay, 1376. And here's the pre-market low. Yeah, that one looks really good right there. Okay, so we get a nice little entry right here. Capped it on the pre-market high, and boy, that thing wicked and took off like a little rocket there. Sure. Just want to make sure it's spitting out some good ones. I mean, just like any ticker window, you're going to have a lot of winners and you're going to have a fair amount of losers. But as long as it's identifying what we want it to, and that's all hunky-dory. Looks like Apron did a pretty good, nice and close to the pre-market low here. Same type of action. Let's look at the price here, 830. So if we snuggle that up to 830, and well, did that even move? Okay, move please. Okay, so notice what happens here. We get the alert up here, 830, but then we get a little whoosh. Okay, so especially when we're using new low, probably no need to jump right in here. I mean, the chart's going to tell us everything that we need to know. You get the signal up here at 830, and we still come down here and put in the low of that candle. Looks like about 822. So even if you did jump in here, just an 8-cent wiggle you would have had to hold, and then we would have had, let's see, 822 down to 820. So from the entry signal of 830 down here, you're only risking about a dime to stay in that trade. And it looks like it would have paid about 30 cents. That's a nice 3-to-1 risk to reward ratio on these. All right, let's just take a look at some more here. ABIO fit the bill. It just did not hold. So what would you have lost on this guy right here if we had the signal at 677 and we had pre-market low? Sometimes my metrics disappear up here. It's a mystery. All right, there we go. So ABIO, it's looking like this was the low of 678. Huh. That can't be it. 683. Yeah, that one was really, really close. Which brings up an interesting point here, okay? If they're right at the pre-market low, which satisfies our requirements here, yeah, okay, it's above the low. But what if it's right at the low, to where if you buy it, 1 penny tick below that low is gonna stop you out, right? Of course, that might not matter. Okay, as soon as you see that and you're like, it's at the low right now, and it might just go ahead and click, 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 go ahead and set new lows. We can leave it as is, and you can size that up as the plays come out, or we could always build a little bit of cushion in there. Probably a better idea just to leave it as is and then let you make changes to it. If you're like, I don't want to see them if they're right at the low because they could just punch right through there. Double in. Let me know if that makes sense what I'm saying about the zero value. Okay. My opinion, leave it as is, size the chart up, easy enough, easy enough. But we could build in a little cushion there if that's the route that you want it to go. And in the meantime, RK is asking me to pull up SOXL. Now, were you referring to it showing up here or just this tasty little chart that we're looking at here? Because that looks kind of similar. If we mark this one off, stock opens up, pulls right down to the SOXL, and then whoosh, blast off. Yeah. Okay, all right. So we'll just leave it as it is. And, you know, sometimes the simple things are the best, right? Here we have a very simple configuration that's identifying these things pretty well. And we only had to use the simple new low alert and how many filter settings here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, a total of 7 filter settings. So let's see. We'll just call this above pre-market low. And I tell you what, we might as well polish it up here, right? This is going to be a long alert. Might as well get rid of this mauve color here and just assign a decent background color. Let's see here. We'll go bullish alerts. Will be that. We'll just leave them on green. Oh, because it's using new low. We'll just say green though with a black background. Assuming that's what you might want there. But we don't want the mauve background. So we'll just go black background with green lettering. That's one of my favorites. Or whatever color you want, you just let me know. I can do it right here on the fly, but if that looks good. I think this little guy is ready to go. And if we need any more columns, you might want to leave this in here because just right off the bat, you're going to know, okay, this is one that might eke down a little bit more. If you see the zero value there, then you know that that's one that might, you know, you might have to just pay a little more attention to it. Okay, so above pre-market low, I'm going to drop this little guy into the chat panel here. And there you have it. My pleasure. All right, what's been going on since we've been chatting? SPY just inchworming its way up. You know, here we are looking at 5-minute intraday periods. 10 period seems to be in charge there, but of course, 15 minutes. Same song, same dance. 10 periods in control today. Interesting to see. 10 period was in control yesterday for a large portion of the day, but you know, you might hear myself, Steve, Andy, Sean talk about this 10 period moving average right here in the green line. You know, look what happened yesterday on the SPY. As soon as we got the close below the 10 period here, what happened? Whoosh. So when we take this little swing down yesterday, only to quickly recover and be back to packing at new highs potentially soon. So will the 10 period remain in control, or will we see a repeat of what we saw yesterday? Only time will tell. You're very welcome there, Mike. That's you know what? I like this. It's an interesting. I always love the simple things, and this is an interesting Simple scan. Of course, the open can always be a little treacherous, but it can be rewarding as well. Um, and I like the pre-market range. A lot of the times, it's uncanny how many stocks will, do something right around that pre-market opening range. Just another form of breakout, which is also one of my favorite simple patterns. Looks like the AI is still just treading water. Earlier we were down 60 and change and moderate. A little bit more now. And pretty lackluster today. 3 losers. Actually 4 losers and 1 decent winner. Almost getting us back to flat, but not quite. OSPN. If we were to take a look at the daily here and figure out, well, is it done yet? It's getting close. This little area right here. And in the meantime, this little area right here is acting as some support. Get a little bit more frisky, then we have to focus over here. But right now, it's this little area. Do things get clearer if we look at a larger time frame? Let's go weeklies. All right, and just boom. Eyes gravitate anywhere in this area right here. We're snuggled up right here. And these guys are acting as support. But what a week for OSPN. It has not been a good week for OSPN. More than likely all geared around earnings, which were reported yesterday. So the majority of that is from yesterday, $30.99. Yep, that's all yesterday. In the form of a gap. That is one of the things you have to pay attention to. When we're looking at weekly, you're like, ooh, that's just a big red bar. But unbeknownst, unless we look at the daily, you wouldn't really know that it was a gap. Devil's in the details. All right, just do a little time check here. All right, time's a melting away. We got about 13 minutes to go. So if you got any questions you've been sitting on, just go ahead and get them out there. In the meantime, let's take a little scan here. PSNL, we were looking at this one earlier. Saw it poking its head above this level right here. And when we're talking about simplicity and range breaks, these little tickers have been producing some very interesting plays. They're all over the place. Taking a little bit of a detour from my original turbo breaks up and down alert windows and just doing away with the 1 minute volume metric that I had in there for the longest time. But we always have to adapt. I mean, with the COVID stuff going on and continuing to go on for the unforeseeable future. We've had a lot of people coming into the markets, new traders, but we've also had just a cornucopia of biotech stocks doing all kinds of crazy things. It just seems like every day I see new symbols that I'm like, up, biotech, up, biotech, up, biotech, and don't really think that that's going to end anytime soon. And these two little windows right here have done a fine job at finding things that are going up, things that are going down, based on some very simple filtering here. Let's just dispense with traditional daily volume metrics. I mean, you can go that route, but here, that's what I've done. I've just said, you know what? Things got to be doing 5 on the relative volume scale, and it's had to have traded at least 100,000 shares already, right? No average daily volume in here whatsoever, and getting a nice little stream of symbols each and every day. And sometimes we get big cap stocks coming through here. It's not just kicking out the small caps, although there are plenty of them. But we've got some nice movers coming through here. Look at this little guy right here after the first 45 minutes or an hour, Buyers clearly there on the open. Nice little gap up from prior close. We got some decent pre-market activity. Boom. Little setup here as buyers and sellers become equal. Nice clean breakout here at $3.80. And, we're knocking at the door of 4. How much room do we have here? How high could this thing go? Well, just playing a little, we've already gotten through this little level. Now we're pecking at these levels back here. So it looks like we're at a pretty good stopping point. But how's the volume over here? All right, we're still doing almost 6 times on the relative scale. We got healthy 5-minute volume, so the volume is still there. So we're going to take a little pause to refresh and maybe go test these levels. And then if this thing has a decent close tomorrow, might be time to visit some of these other levels that could act as support. But the bottom line is not a bad little intraday move already. Which is good because if we can be up in an intraday position, this isn't the most ideal candidate for a swing trade. But a lot of the times we can get up nicely on the intraday and then notice, hey, this thing's got some nice room on the daily or the weekly or the monthly and have that thing turn into a decent swing trade. The question is, how often do you trade using the AI? Good question, and of course the answer is always a little bit different. I have the AI up each and every day, just like all of my other alert windows. And as soon as the AI spits something out, what do? I do the same thing as I do when I see anything come across any other window. I check it out. Now the added benefit is we've got statistical probability on our side right off the get-go. Okay, so that's gold star number 1. Number 2. It might be, the stock when I pull it up might be exhibiting a pattern that I like to trade anyway. So like if we go to a little bit smaller time frame here on the OSPN, we got this signal relatively early. So we just had a couple of down candles here. But look what happens right after the signal. Okay, let's say, 2 different scenarios could have played out here. I could have just been like, okay, I like this short. I got a short bias in my head today. I'm going to take the trade with Holly because I got that statistical probability. Or number 2, I'm like, I'm not just going to jump right in. I'm going to see what this thing does. Okay. So Holly's telling me to short it here. Let's pretend for a moment I didn't take it. I'm going to opt for, let's see how this thing plays out. And then look what it did for 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes after the signal. Okay. Hey, Holly brought it to my attention. And now we're getting a nice, clean little snappy breakdown here as we get through this 2186 level. Would have been a great time to get short this thing right here. Even if you didn't take the Holly short, because Holly brings it to our attention, then I monitor it. And I'm like, ooh, nice little consolidation for 20, 25 minutes, followed by a nice little crisp range break there. So if I wasn't in it, I could have shorted it right here. Probably even could have used, a little bit tighter of a stop than Holly did, because I'm playing a second, what I like to refer to as an auxiliary pattern on top of an AI signal. If I was already in the trade and I saw this play out, I could have added to the trade on the break right here. So lots of different ways, everybody's got their own patterns. That's kind of the thought process that I go through when I see the AI making an entry. On the other side of that coin, when I see the AI getting stopped out, which is obviously an exit reason, it's just not the exit reason that we typically prefer, I look at it because sometimes when I see Holly either prematurely exiting on a profit save or a reduced risk, a lot of the times, this one actually looks pretty classic. I've seen plenty of AI trades where the trade is made here, the trade's not going down, it's just going sideways, and we could have easily seen, if this thing would have bounced up a little bit more, Holly exit the trade for a flat on a reduced risk or a profit save. I've seen it countless times. And then that would have also brought my attention. Okay, it just hasn't went yet, but it's consolidating nicely. So even though Holly closed the trade out, if it breaks this level, I'm in. Okay. So hopefully that makes sense, Double N. Everybody's perception is a little bit different. Let's look at DRIO real quick here, because this is what I also like to call a trade around opportunity. Even though the AI got stopped out. I'm risking $100. Let's see, the entry level was right up here, right? Kind of toes the line, and then we just eek, boom, pain, stopped out. But look at how the stock reacted around the stop area, okay? And the reason I say that is because a lot of the times, whether we're trading AI stocks or a position of our own, how many times have we gotten into a position, maybe very similar to this, a long trade, only to see our stop get hit to the T or maybe by a penny, right? And in this case, it just went down there, kissed the stop, and as soon as we get stopped out, whoosh, the thing turns and burns and does exactly what we hoped it would have done right off the bat, okay? So a lot of the times, and of course this comes with experience, a lot of times you're like, okay, it just barely came down here and kissed my stop. You know what? I got to take another stab at it. And hopefully it doesn't come down here and stop me out again, in which case it did not. But when you see the AI getting stopped out and you pull it up, if you're seeing something like this, a nice little wick down, and then we get a nice green candle, a nice higher open here, this is a great opportunity to go, okay, how did the stock react? Did the stop area act as a pivot point, which clearly it did in this case, or did it just blow right through? And, the answer is pretty easy here. Acted as a pivot point. We get a higher open here. We could have taken a stab at it here, got a much better price than the AI, stuck to our original stop. So we're getting a better price, and we're risking less, all because we just saw the AI get stopped out. As Steve Gomez likes to say, the second mouse gets the cheese on this one. Okay. Now, if it would have just blown through this area, which we've got a couple of good examples here. Okay. All right. FBC. Right. Yep. Okay. It took a while. Okay. Actually, that was pretty fast here. Okay. So see the exit time? This one did it quickly. 850, 853 exit. And we're thinking to ourselves, hey, it's the same scenario here. It acted as a pivot. So we might have gotten long here, and then it comes up here, and we're in the money. It's acting as a pivot here, but eventually, guess what? It stopped acting as a pivot. So, whether you took a little bit here and you were in the money from 32.73 up to 32.99, you had plenty of opportunity to get out of that thing for a little bit of money, right? Not a whole lot, but look at what's developing here, okay? And once again, once you see a pattern like this develop, you got to start asking yourself, okay, at some point in time, once we're over here, this thing's going to break, one way or the other. Is it going to break up or is it going to break down? But eventually, one side's going to give, So whether you scalped in and out all here or just said, you know what, I'm not doing anything, okay? Maybe you made an entry back here and you're like, this thing just keeps going up and down. By the time it gets over here, we're like, okay, the thing's range bound. Let me scalp out for a little bit here, and then I'm going to watch this thing. And if it comes back and it breaks the high or it breaks the low, then I'm going to try to capitalize on it. And the whole time, the only reason we've been watching this thing is because it was an AI trade. Hold on, I'm fumbling around here with all my lines and whatnot. Jamie, you just can't hit the right key today. Yes, you can do it. You can do a horizontal line. It's not that hard. Okay. So you see, that would have been of course I deleted my other one. Mark up, horizontal line, there we go. But what a great little setup, right? Contrary to the AI, but what a great little thing to keep tabs on here. Boy, this thing just puked it right up. Okay, low risk, great entry. What do we have here? About 20-something odd cent risk, and this thing just cratered from 32.66. Just a nice controlled two-point demolition. We could call that thing right there. All right, little time check. Got about a minute here. Let me just touch base with Barry. I know. Okay, he's back in the chair. I didn't know if he was really going to stick around for more hockey time or not. So we are just about out of time for my hour. Now, having said that, let's see. Mill, I've run out of time. However, Barry's going to take the helm here, and I'm sure he could be more than happy and more than qualified to help you build an alert. So I'm going to be passing it back to Barry here in about 30 seconds here. I want to thank everybody for popping in. Glad I could be of assistance. Hope you enjoyed it, and we'll see you guys later on.
All right, so I think I might be back in the YouTube feed. I think Jamie is just wrapping it up. Okay, he just stopped. Okay. All right, everybody. And so I'm back in the YouTube feed just in time for me. Okay, thank you, Jamie. Just in time for me to do my video. I'll be doing it in a couple of minutes. I am in this GOSS short. Probably more like a little scalp short for me. Got to have that ass catch up to the bid right now. So for those of you in the YouTube feed, this is what I did. Not unlike the Zixi short that I took earlier. This was very close to the 200-day, 1492. So I shorted at 1484 with a stop right at the 200-day. You know, another. It's not just because of the 200-day, but also it's close to that whole number. Close to, if you look at the weekly chart, looks like there's a lot of resistance around 15 anyway. Yeah, you don't need the YouTube feed right now, Pepe. I do two feeds. They're concurrent. They're both the same. So you're in the right room in terms of if you want a lot of interaction with traders and my ability to share links, etc. Okay. All right, guys, I think I will do my video right now, start it, and I should be back by about 1:20, 1:25. Let me just put that announcement in here. I'll say 1:25 just in case get any technical issues doing it. Should be earlier though. Okay, so I'm muting myself. YouTube feed. All right, guys, I'm now back, and well, you know what? The Goss is working okay. I mean, I didn't expect very much out of it, but it's starting to work okay. I was saying in the video, maybe down to that 450 mark, but the Goss short is working out pretty nicely. Leo, no, the demo does not have charts at all. Okay, just so you know. Okay, Johnny, you know what? You're being a little too much of a ruckus. I don't know if you're just kidding. So one more like that, and I'm going to have to, do something regarding you. Okay, just so you've been forewarned. I might even have to resurrect an old strategy I had about the 200-day moving average. I mean, it's look, two alerts does not make a winning strategy, of course. But the interesting thing is that you can put very tight stops. Well, if you had been here earlier, William, I would have told you to short Goss. You may not have shorted it, but I think you would have been proud of me, though. I did a Zixi short and now this Goss short. Not because of the big nails, but because it was close to the 200-day moving average, and it was close to the whole number, and it had looked like a lot of resistance on the weekly and the daily chart anyway. So So EZ, when you say YouTube chat or web, I don't know what you mean. We do have two trading rooms going at the same time. This is sort of what I call the main one because there are a lot more traders in here, a lot more interaction amongst traders in here. I also can share, okay, I can also share links a lot easier in that room. The YouTube feed is fine if all you care about is listening to me and seeing my screen. But if you want more interaction than the other trading room. Yeah, real, just disregard. What one more and you know what's going to happen. Okay. Okay. You know what, Johnny? We've got a pretty good room in here. Very, very civil. I know you showed up yesterday, maybe as another. So, I'll give you one more chance. And if you don't like the room, you can always go. If you don't think we're handling people fairly, then you can always go. It is a free room. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to clear this. I mean, the amount of work that Real does in this room, and he's not paid by Trade Ideas, is phenomenal. So to anybody to sort of even well, I'm not even going to dignify it anymore, okay? So okay, so SM, I'm going to give you a couple of links. This is in the YouTube feed. I'm going to give you a couple of links. The first one, they're not videos, but they're text, but it's very good. 20 lessons, 20 days. You can of course do it at your leisure. And then the other one, the training link has a lot of good videos, including a basic starting video. I'm going to pop those links in here also. These are just great links if you're starting out with trade ideas. And even and in the training link, if you click on that training link, not only, the webinars are here also, but this little back to basics video series. I mean, literally, if you've never traded before, what is a chart? What is a candlestick? I will give you the link. Guys, I'm going to see about that 200-day moving average. Just let me move this out a little bit. There. All right, file, load from cloud. I want to see this 200-day moving average. SMA is close. So this is something I created like a long, long time ago, and I really haven't looked at it much, but might start looking at it a little bit more. So this is basically looking for stocks where the 200-day moving average is close, either on the top side of it or the bottom side. So in other words, either on top of it or underneath it. So look at NYMX as an example. You see there's the 200-day right there. MBT. There's the 200-day right there. Pink, PINC, 200, a little bit above it now. The probably the more expensive the stock, it'll look a little, not worse, but it's pretty simple to create. Basically, I've just got the change from the 200-day moving average. You put the min -1, max 1. Obviously, I mean, if you want it even tighter, you go, minus 0.5 and plus 0.5 if you wanted it really tight. With other filters, of course, in place. So I'm going to look at this for a little bit and just start to see some stocks that are close and try to, do that same rule. What else do I have here for filters? 500,000. Okay, I'm going to maybe make this 1 in 30. Volume is what? 500,000 shares. Let's get the relative volume in here also. Let's get a relative volume of, let's go 3 and just see what happens. Hopefully I don't get rid of them all. Well, I just about got rid of them all, but that's it's okay. So that has bounced off the 200 days so far. I'm more interested, to be honest, in the ones that are approaching and then fall from it. But let me just maybe I'll just reduce that relative volume filter just a little bit, and let's make that 2. Okay, a few more came in. Okay, I'll leave it at 2. Aha, this is that semi that I've been waiting for forever to take out that 200-day moving average. So you see how this works. I mean, it's almost, to me, it's almost better. I mean, we do have a cross of the 200-day, but I'd almost like to see the ones that are close rather than the actual cross. Well, I don't know how to. I mean, Jim. I mean, maybe take fewer shares or something like that, or bigger stops. I mean, the market has been so good, you know. So I mean, going long, obviously, with a market that is, you know, ever since here has been basically not quite straight up, but going long shouldn't be an issue in terms of your mental outlook. But I don't know what to say. I mean, maybe take fewer shares, wider stops, keeping you in the trade longer. Can I help you fine tune? Depends what it is, Armil. Okay, I'm not great at pullbacks or anything like that, but you know, you can. I can try to help you. Ah. Before I would short this personally, I would wait to see it give up the 200 day. Yeah, I basically always use a price level. You too, Larissa. So you've already set that up within Trade Ideas. Okay. I don't know how to fine tune it any more than that. I see that's sort of a, it's kind of a scan that, you know, I'm not, I don't have a scan like that. So I'm not sure how I can help you fine tune it. Guys, look at Goss. Okay, now we're getting to the area that, you know, I'm thinking maybe coming into support. Oh, I cannot, you know, other people might give you some opinions, okay? I absolutely cannot make a recommendation one way or the other, okay? Well, it's an okay question, but, you know, I'm not a financial advisor. I could get into trouble by saying, yes, you should take this trade right now and wait for the split, and then, you know, it goes down to zero. So, no, I'm sorry. I cannot even, I can't really comment on it, okay? Hope you understand. But other people, you know, you can, I'm sure there will be people who will have an opinion, and that's all it will be. And you can see, I mean, if they put good pros or cons or whatever, then it'll be up to you, really. And William's a, you know, I would take his advice. I would look at him. I've never used tick data, no. Now, are you talking about tick by tick by tick, like the chart moving or the candlesticks moving on the chart? Is that what you mean? Yeah. Well, I have. I mean, I have found that it really made no difference. You know, our charts refresh every 10 seconds. You get a real time, like when you get an alert, it's a real time on the chart. If you just leave it sitting, then it's going to take 10 seconds to refresh. I find it really made no difference. I know I'm probably going to bore people. I've said this before, but I was very skeptical when they said, when we first came up with charts, and they said they weren't going to be tick. They were going to be like refreshed every, I think it's 8 to 10 seconds. I thought, well, that's no good, especially somebody who likes to intraday trade. So I really performed the experiment. I think at that time, I think I had eSignal, and I put my eSignal charts right beside them. You know, I had two time frames that I was comparing, made no difference at all. Because typically what happens with me is when I click on an alert, I'm not looking at the chart anymore. I see the real time chart. And now I'm starting to look at my time in sales. Okay, I'm looking at my time in sales, and I'm trying to figure out, do I want to trade this? I've sized it up already on the daily, weekly, monthly. So it really doesn't make that much difference to me. Oh, oh, no, okay. I'm sorry. I thought you meant the other. No, the only charts I've ever, candlestick charts that look like this, that's all I've ever used. So guys, that demonstration of buying a stock on a pullback by putting it right on the chart and letting it hit the price and then buying it, it's worked out. I mean, again, this was just a demo, but I know a lot of people, that's how they like to trade. They like to buy on pullbacks. So that's what we did. We put a conditional buy order at a pullback price. It took the order and now it's starting to move higher, this LINC. Just a minute, please. So our mill, you haven't added anything to it. So I mean, are you using any other filters like RSI, not RSI, but a relative volume? Like what is your actual question? Because you've basically said this usually gives me good long and short. So you're asking me, could I help fine tune it? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Have you added a relative volume filter just to make sure that the stocks, are trading enough? Things like that. It's not. Yeah, it's not. It's more. It's more reward. Okay, risk reward. So if I get into a trade and I'm risking 7 cents, 8 cents, 10 cents, whatever it is, not just a made up number, but the my stop is always, for instance, Zixi. So getting into that trade at 648 with a stop at 655, so that's a 7 cent stop. So it's a matter of multiples of your stop. So, typically, I mean, most traders will say you should strive for at least a 1-to-2 risk reward, or 2-to-1 reward to risk. Okay, so in that particular case, I would want. Now, did I take some out before? Yes. There's no. I mean, it's not like a hard and fast rule that I'm only going to wait for a 2-to-1. The same with the GOS. S. Okay, so proceed with caution is asking me, I shorted GOS right at the top. Well, it was because there was, again, I'm sort of, I'm going to test this for a little bit, shorting near the 200-day moving average. So I got into that one at 1484. There's the 200-day moving average at 1492. That was going to be my stop, 1492. So that's 8 cents away. So again, my expectation is I want to try to make at least 16 cents. So I'm in this one, and I did take out some in this area, but now look at it, 44. That's 40 cents right there. That's 40 cents right there. So, I mean, we're almost, that's about what, a 2.5 to 1. I'm sorry, 8 cents. I mean, that's a 5 to 1. Okay, so it's not so much the profit and loss percentage, it is the risk reward. Does that make sense? For instance, I would never go into this trade. I would never go into a trade. Now, again, I'm experimenting on this bounce off a 200-day moving average a little bit, okay? But for instance, if I took a trade at $10 and the stop was at $9.90 because looks like there's a lot of support. But if I looked above $10 and I saw a lot of resistance at 10.10, so I'm not going to risk 10 cents to make 10 cents. The minimum I would want to see is maybe some resistance around 10.20, 10.25. So I have a reasonable expectation of maybe getting a 2-to-1. Okay? But I have to admit, I've never really traded like this. Not as say as an alert. Like I hate to call these strategies. I mean, here's DCP. Okay, so there's DCP 1521 right at the 200-day. So have you used our consecutive candles filter at all, RMill? I mean, we have our consecutive. I don't know, and we have them on a lot of different time frames. So you can try this. I mean, as the opposite. So there's consecutive candles. On a 1, 2, 5, 10, 15, 30, 60, and of course the daily. And so if you put minus here as an example, a minus number, so minus 3, that would be 3 consecutive down candles. Obviously 3 here would be 3 consecutive up candles. So is that, you can maybe play around with that. Okay, cool, Johnny. That's good. That's good. I'm glad you took it the right way. Okay, so I can't help you on specifics. You can always play around with the consecutive candle and see if that helps improve your strategy. Hey, listen, it's possible. I mean, this has a lot of room. Obviously, this surprised the heck out of me. This IGC, I thought it was dead in the water. I mean, it's an earnings play. Had earnings after hours. That's that mauve area right there, and it was over a dollar. I looked at when I woke up this morning. It was just over a dollar, and then when it got under a dollar, I figured that was it, and it really surprised me. So, I mean, if this holds this area, I mean, you could see a second day continuation. Now, I'm not saying hold it overnight or anything like that, but I'll certainly be watching it tomorrow to see if it has a second day continuation. Yeah, see, I don't like the daily. I mean, can you see how choppy it is? Up, down, up, down, up, down, basically directionless. So I don't really like the daily. August 6th was earnings, so I don't know what's going to move it now. I mean, it was right there. So August 7th was the reaction. It was release earnings after hours. So this was the reaction. You know, it popped all the way up here, but then it sold. I mean, it got up to what, 45 something and sold all the way down to, I mean, it dropped $5 the next day. So, I mean, to me, it is, I mean, it's directionless. Your guess, one way or the other, is it going up or down? So for me, when I see a chart like that, I just kind of take a pass. I cannot explain it. I've never used it. However, if you want the official explanation, oops. So when you type that in again, okay. So when you type it in again, highlight it and then click on help. That'll give it, and I've never used it. Okay. Ah, that's precision trading. I don't think we use this anymore. You know, that's an old trading. So I cannot help you at all on that. But if you click on the help, so highlight it, click on help, there's a pretty detailed explanation of what it's all, what it's supposed to be, okay? I love it when it's my RST. Yeah, I mean, it is moving. You're absolutely right. It really has to break out of here. Yeah, yeah, sorry, I cannot really expand on it or on it anymore. Sorry, or expound on it. I've never used it. I think you're the first person in 10 years to ask me that. Probably a lot of filters we could get rid of. We might take off one or two people, but so far, not too many alerts coming in, guys. Yesterday, in fact, what I want to do right now is I'm going to clear this. Yesterday, we had some really nice short alerts later on in the day. All right, guys, I'm almost out of the Goss trade completely as it puts in that first little green candle. No, I didn't see your post, Vicky. You see, I took my eye off the ball here. I mean, that was classic. The semi, the short. There it is. There's that 200 day. It did pop up above it, quite a bit actually, but it had been pulled back, and then once it gave up that whole number again, look at the. This is a terrible. It just can't get out of its way. I mean, it's tried many times. One, almost two, three, four, five, 6 times to really leave that 200 day moving average behind. Okay, you have made the transition from. So who's your broker? Oh, you can use this. Oh, so you're IB right now. Oh, okay. Well, you don't need IB to simulate. Use ours, okay? It's a lot easier rather than monkeying around with IB's paper trading. Okay. Just load Brokers Plus. Okay, so you want to, I'm sorry, you want to use IB's charts? Oh, okay, well, that's no problem. You just load the charts. I mean, I have an IB chart open, and so when I click on an alert, so just you can use the IB charts if you want. So if you don't want to use our charts, but you want to use the IB charts, there's no issue there. Okay, so okay, semi. Okay, well, it appeared here. I mean, there are many, many. I mean, happens to be my scan, right? But I'm sure semi would have appeared in several types of scans. But right there, you can see why it appeared. I mean, look at the pop. So I mean, semi would have appeared in many different types of scans. I mean, anytime a stock does this, you would have seen it on the upside. We were more interested on the downside. I just lost sight of it. Wanted to see that break of the 200 day on the way down. And if you're new to Trade Ideas Road Ahead, I would recommend these videos. Well, the training are videos. This is text, 20 short lessons. So this is what I'm talking about. These are the 20 lessons. What is a top list? What is an alert window? What is, all how to create them. Really recommend you watch these. Anybody who's new to Trade Ideas. And if you don't even have the program, at least you can see how you can build and what you can do within Trade Ideas. And then the other one is the training link. A lot of great videos here, TI University, and this is a great, if you're brand new to trading, like brand new. What is a chart? Okay, what is a chart brand new? This is a great little video series that we put together. Michael Noss put it together. I don't want to take credit for it at all. He and his fiancee, soon to be bride, I think. Premise was she knew nothing about trading and he started to teach her. These are also webinars that we have Monday to Friday. I have to find out if this webinar is on tonight. This is the one I tend, so you can sign up for them all. Everything is free. All those videos, all the how-tos, everything is free. The webinars are free. I'm just trying to find out if this is still on. I could have sworn I saw an email last week that saying it was canceled this week, though I did see one earlier that notified me that I'm a moderator of the room of it. So I'm just going to get a confirmation. Well, it can be one, certainly one. And the reason I was kind of liking that is because you can put the stop pretty close to the 200-day. I mean, it's just one. Now, there's your IGC, guys. Ooh, there's your IGC is just now in mini rippage mode. Taking out that whole number, 2. Okay, so it looks like it's on. So that webinar is on tonight. Now, see, I won't take the IGC, and it just got halted. I mean, look, you're in chase mode. The reason I wouldn't take it, maybe an argument made for here. What I would have liked to have seen is a little more consolidation and then the pop on volume. Whereas to me, this was just a little bit more of a chase. Now, this chase could be awesome. I mean, if you chase it and you're in, I just don't chase stocks. But look at the volume, guys. I mean, remember I was saying how I was going to trade the float? Well, if you're unfamiliar with what I'm talking about, so it has traded the float 5 times. So there is the float. That's the number of shares available for trading. And it's turned that over. There's 171 million shares is traded today. 248 times normal. You divide 34 into 171 and you get approximately 5. Okay, guys, now here's another one, SNCR. Look at the volume that's coming in. SNCR, but. There's a big but right here, guys. Look at that 200-day moving average. Will it take it out? Or is it going to stall it? So we've got opposing forces. We've got tremendous volume that is coming in, butting up right against the 200-day moving average. It looks like it wants to. I'm just looking at the bid ask 404, 406. Last trade 405. There it is at 404. So even if it got through, so you take a look left, it has some room to about 450 on that weekly chart. Even if it gets through it. So it looks like it wants to take it out, guys. It's the battle. It's amazing. It's the battle right at that 200-day moving average. And as Real would say, it's an area, okay? It is an area. I mean, it's, it is marked by a specific number, but it is an area. So the fact that it takes it out doesn't, by three or four pennies doesn't mean, okay, now it's definitely going to go. It's more of an area. I see Fang here. Fang showed up right there. Yeah, IGC was halted at 215. I don't mean the time, I mean the price. And it's not stacking up to be a big, like a major move. 214, 215. Always, when I talk about the 200-day, always the daily chart, 100% of the time. I know people use the 200-day on other time frames. I'm only interested in on the daily chart. Okay, so it's for me. I'm not saying people who use it on other time frames are wrong. There's no right or wrong. Okay, IGC just opened and opens kind of strong. I mean, remember it was halted at 250, so it looks pretty strong right now. Yeah, it's 406 exactly. Yeah, none at IB either. Yeah. Oh, you probably have IB, don't you? I'm trying to actually short Zyop, but it won't let me at where I want to. It's down more than 10%. Trying to short it, but I can't get it. Well, it's actually popped up, but and if you're unfamiliar with what I'm talking about, 10%. The stock is down 10%. Sometimes it's not easy to get a short. You normally, of course, you want to short something, you just go in at the bid, you get filled. But if a stock is down more than 10%, then there has to be, you can go in at the bid, but there has to be some action at the ask, and then it has to go back to the bid. but you could be in a big queue of other people wanting to do the same thing. So it can be sometimes a little bit frustrating to get a short when a stock is down 10%. All right, I'm watching the SNCR. Okay, it is so kind of hovering around that 200-day moving average. William, this is shortable. Yeah, not incredible volume. I mean, it is 8 times normal, but it is its earnings, and it's only a low float. So you would think that be a lot more volume, but it's just hanging around here. It's boring as all get out. Still looks interesting. I mean, look at the volume that came in. This volume has not let up. And that was the halt, okay, right there. And then here it is. So the volume has not let up. This candle here, I mean, this could turn into be the biggest one of the day. That 15-minute candle still has another 11 minutes. Another one that we interesting to short. Problem is close to the whole number. There it goes. Boy, oh boy, this will be interesting to see tomorrow to see if it has a second day. Next high looking left on that monthly chart is around $3. Okay, OXBR. Wow, awful looking. All these topping tails and all. But what did it get to yesterday? 250 or so. Well, I suppose there's an argument. I mean, 3 million in the float, lots and lots of volume for it. If it takes out two, I guess it could have a bit of a run. It did get up to 250 yesterday. Meanwhile, look at the volume coming. Remember, I was saying this could be the biggest volume bar of the day for the 15-minute chart. It is now, and it just got halted again. Yeah, I'm going to stick an alert for SNCR around 411. See if it takes it out again. Meanwhile, MNPR, what a look at this negative pre-market. When the market opened, sorry, actually when the market opened, this got up to 1440. Cut in half, negative now. Obviously, a very fluffy press release. Yeah. A novel triage test plan for severe, yeah. Oh, it's probably it's had it. Well, it's at least one, two. That's the third halt, and it was probably halted earlier, but yeah, it's had a bunch of halts today, but this is the third one. There are one, two, and three. I'm sorry. This is the Yeah, I'm sorry. This is the second one now, but it had some halts earlier today too. There's some halts right here, IGC. I don't know how many halts it's had today. Really? That's bizarre. You should have no filters really to speak of. I mean, nothing that's going to block, certainly not in volume. And you know what I can do is, that was kind of happening to me a couple of weeks ago, but I think it's been cleared up somehow. So why don't I just give you mine? You can delete yours and you can take mine because mine is certainly giving the alerts. Because if you have no filter, I mean, I can't imagine you have any filter that's going to block an IGC. You know, I mean, the only filter you'd have is, I have a 20,000 volume min, you know, that's the only filter I'm using. Yeah, and I don't understand it, Calvin. That was happening to me about 3 weeks ago, but I think in the last 3 weeks it's been solid. All right, guys, keep an eye on the SNCR. I mean, it's still just right at the 200-day moving average. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm not usually. It's usually more for entertainment purposes to a certain extent to have because we talk about it in the room, of course, so we all know that a stock has been halted. You know, unless you're in it before the halt. I mean, you know, all you can do is wait for the halt to be over and then see if there's any sort of way to get in. You know, a little pullback maybe, or. But even then, I mean, look, stocks that get halted are very, very risky. Oh man, I wish this weren't so close to that whole number. Nice little short for HLX. That is correct. Only 5 trades. Yeah. One great one if you didn't. Okay, there's IGC open. What happened? Okay, a little bit of now here's the time where watch it a little bit, see if it bases even for a couple of minutes and then shoots off again. Well, it just got halted though. It just got halted again. 9:30. Well, that's when the market opened. So Stan, I mean, depends on the filters you have. Maybe nothing triggered right at 9:30. Is it a topless window? Is it an alert window? Is it a topless window? I can take a look at it. I mean, no. Okay. Why don't I? I'm gonna try one of my topless windows and just see. Well, to be honest, I'm not getting anything from my historical. Yeah, I'm not getting anything actually to be historical on my top. Anybody else? No. Okay, that worked. Okay, that worked. Well, let me try 9:30 again. No, I'll go 10. It wasn't working even then. Huh. It's a little bit weird, I have to admit. I mean, I'm not getting anything at 10 o'clock, and there was definitely. I'm not sure what to say. I'll bring it up with development, but I don't know what to say right now. But I want to find out anybody else. Same thing. Top list window. Everybody's a comedian. Okay, and all that, guys, I took the SNCR trade. Okay, I'm in at 410, and let's just see if it back down to that 200-day, I'm gone, and that's it for me. Yeah, it's probably just a bit of a scalp for me. I mean, here's a couple of things to be looking at. I mean, 450 probably is going to be very tough for it to get through. Number one. Okay, I'll get out at 425. Well, I'm long, so you can do what you want, but I'm long right now. But William says he's going to short it at 425, so that's fine. But I'm long SNCR right now. What's the market doing? Wow. I didn't realize the tech just exploded today. Look at tech. And with a vengeance. Well, I definitely don't want to see it go below the 200-day moving average, which is right there, 404. If it gets into the 407, I'll probably get out. I mean, if it's not going to move pretty quickly right now, but please, you have to have your own idea. Okay, but I'm just telling you what I my get out of town stop is 404. That's how I've sized the trade. But I could get out earlier. So when I say that's how I size the trade, with that stop and how much I'm willing to risk on the trade, that's how I've determined how many shares I've taken. But if it doesn't move really quickly, I'm just exiting. Well, yeah, I have a mental stop in place that I follow. I haven't put it, first of all, I don't, I'm in the simulator, right? So, but I don't trade, I'm not in so many trades at the same time. So consequently, what I do, unless and it's very rarely that I do this, unless I'm going to leave my computer for a bit, I will put a stop in. But otherwise, I know when I'm getting out. I don't need a computer to get me out. Having a computer or, an auto stop, things like that, excellent for those of you who will refuse to obey your stops. Takes the emotion out. You get out of the trade, and that's it. So this is in the right sector. Come on. I'm just waiting if it. Yeah, look at Tesla just ramping up here. Everything is here, right here. Room Drive, scans that I share, download. All the scans are there, including hot resumes. Or you can click on scans and you can find it. Just have to do is click on the link. It'll show up, in a tab. Copy it and then load it. File load from cloud, and the link will be there. What do you mean? It seems to be limited. What do you mean by that? Yeah, it was halted on the way down. Still don't understand what you mean. When you click, are you trying to say that when you click on this scans that I share, you're only getting 5 links? Okay, thank you. Thank you, William. I don't like the spread. I mean, a 3-cent spread, $4 stock. I want to see a penny, 2 cents max. And not quite, but almost a red bar ignored here. Not quite. But that big bottoming tail maybe compensates a little bit for the fact that that red bar is not totally engulfed by the previous green candle. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, all I can do is wait. Goods. Well, it's definitely basing. That's a great base, one way or the other. Wow, look at the base on the 5s and the 15s. Look at that base. Wow. So one way or the other, it's, can't believe it's just going to stay there. All right, so at this point, I'll be out. I'm in SNCR at 410. If it gets back down there, I'll be out of it. I won't take a loss on it now. Hopefully, it won't be 5 overtimes. BOXL, very active early on in the day. What happened? Yeah, doing nothing really. It can break either way. No real clue. Very active. That was at 8:30. So actually, once the market opened, it did not hold its gains from the pre-market. Can't even remember if they had some news. Man, look. Well, that was the one with Samsung partnership. It's up to you. Of course, it's got to be up to you. I look at a lot of resistance around 3, so, maybe if this weren't here. But, the news kind of has fizzled. It may be, maybe tomorrow, people get excited about it again. But, there was the news, and it really, it's not a big float. You would think there'd be, it's a huge amount of volume. But, yeah, I wouldn't. I wouldn't. Yeah. Well, first of all, I would not. You know me. Well, maybe you don't. You don't know me, but I don't. I don't hold anything through earnings. So okay, I'm going to try again. How come I'm not seeing? Calvin, are you still in the room? Because I know you told me that it was available, and there it is. Standard deviation channel. Oh, now I understand. All right, now I see what Real sees. There's your channel. So Real, are you still in the room? No, you're not in the room? Okay. Let me know when you come back. So this is kind of what you see, right? So if this was way above it, for instance, you would say short, but how far above it? Is that what yours looks like? No. Okay. Maybe it's because I've got that EMA. Those are two, yep. This is what it is. Standard deviation period. Oh, wait a minute. I don't know why. It was two. Okay, let's just see. What about the period? When I first loaded it, it said 2. That seemed to be the default. That's why I asked you. But it switched to it switched to 1. Set the period to 21. Okay. Okay, so we got a 21 period deviation period, 2 standard deviations. Okay. All right. So there we go. So it's spread out now. So I guess your theory, the theory would be that if it hits that, it is a potential short. If it hits this, it's a potential long. Is that the idea? And this is on a 15-minute. I understand you have different time frames, but is that the theory? Mean diversion, right, reverting to the mean then? All right. Okay, now I know there's got to be a way I can put a 2-minute candle. How about a 5-minute? Oh, 1 minute will work? Okay. I know there's a way, I just don't know. Okay, I'm looking left, yes. So what do I see? I see this. Oh, I see. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. It broke above that. Okay. And then, okay, okay, okay. So it has to break above it, not just touch it. I mean, I mean, look, I know there's no hard and fast rule, but are you basically kind of saying, and I don't mean that you absolutely 100% take the trade. I get it. I'm out of the SNCR, guys. I just was, I'm having more fun with this. No, this is the standard deviation channel that Real has been, I don't know, experimenting with. And this is my interactive brokers chart. So if I use a 5-minute chart, so this broke above it, came down a little. Okay, well, you know what? I mean, I'll keep this on a 5-minute chart and just kind of, watch it for a while. Okay, so that's on a. You must have been looking at a 1 minute. So I don't see the break. But I also wonder if that EMA's got anything to do with it. Let me just see what other options there are. Yeah, you see now it says close. So there's some options in here that I'm just, I don't know anything about this. So, use close. Okay. Is that what it's, is that what I have? Okay, guys, OXBR over 2 now has room to run to maybe yesterday's high 256. Okay, I've got the close. Okay. Anyway, it's interesting. Definitely interesting. For instance, there's the Zixi short I took, so it just popped above it. That's on the 5 minute. There's the Zixi, and I took it literally right there. How about the Goss short? Let's see if that Goss was more of a whole number also issue, but see Goss. Yeah, so that wouldn't have followed. Not on a 1 minute chart, excuse me, a 5 minute chart. But it's nice to have a little confirmation. Exactly. No, I get it. I know it's not you don't take it immediately, but yeah. But William, you told us a falsehood. Got to ban William. He told me he wouldn't short it until 4:30. You said you wouldn't short it until 4:30. I'm just kidding you. I'm talking the price now, not 4:30 time. He said he was going to short it at 4:20, and then he said, "I'm giving you a reprieve to 4:30." Sure, go ahead. Or Roadhead, go ahead. My goodness, yeah. Look. I mean, so what time frame? See that won't matter. Is this is because it's so narrow right now, one way or the other? Oh, I know they're still tied. I know they're still tied. I know it's going into second overtime. That's good. I'll be able to shut. In fact, I'm going to shut the room down just before the second overtime starts. If that's okay, guys. Oh, I see. I see. I see what you mean. Interesting. Just another thing to look at. Screenshot. Okay, now I have to trust you. So what am I looking at? What am I supposed to be looking at? Something like this, I probably can't help you. I don't know. I see these dotted lines, I see these little clouds and all, but I can't, I don't know how I can help you. Well, I mean, everything that we look at typically is moving because it's got high relative volume. No, does that mean that every stock is going to be like moving just because it's got high relative volume? Of course not. But I would start with a high relative volume. Because that means the stock is usually is going to have some activity most of the day. You have to. Do you know which alert it is, Amy? If you know the alert it is, then you just right click properties, actions, and then just uncheck the play sound. If you don't know where it is, you're going to have to look at each alert window on its own. So again, just so find it. If you know it. Oh, okay. Yeah. So you have to. It's fairly quick. Just open it up, right click properties, actions, and you'll see the sound right there without having to do very much more. Properties, actions, you'll see the sound. Well, if you'd like, you can always share some of them. So, for instance, here, a little poke above right there. But I'm assuming that you're only looking at maybe getting 10 cents or 15 cents. I mean, I'm assuming that, to the bottom of the channel is about the best you could well, I mean, listen, it could keep going down, of course, but I guess that going into the trade, that's what you're sort of having to realize, well, maybe that's all I'm going to get. Okay, how to share. So take your alert window, right click where it says save or share to cloud. Click on that. And then where it says save and share. And okay. All right. So once you've done that, and then in the room, right in here, you just Control V and it'll paste it in. The link will be pasted in here. Okay. So again, just right click, save or share to cloud. Click on the save and share. There you go. All right. Let's see what Amy came up with. This is one scan, right? It's not a layout. It's just a scan. It's not a layout, right? Okay. Always have to check, of course, because if it's a layout, it will replace a layout. So new high 10-day breakout. All right. Okay. It was 21 and 2, yes. So I sort of answered you, Rode. I mean, there's nothing that's going to completely stop something that is doing what you're doing. But I mean, if you have high relative volume, typically a stock will be moving. most of the day. That's all I can say. I mean, is it a guarantee? So, what time frame? Because again, I'm looking at on a 5 minute. But are you talking about back here? You have to also look at the channels back here. I'm not understanding. Because this is what I see. I don't see it close to that top of that channel. Not on this one anyway. But that's a 5 minute. What time frame? No, this is just a comparison. I haven't talked about it very much. It's a comparison. If you click on the similars tab and click on competitors, this is what you see. So I just duplicated the window. I just duplicated and put it here. So this is a competitors. So what else? TIGR. So here are the other stocks in that sector. How are they doing? As an example. That's right, Kang. I remember that. Yay! Son of a. That's okay. Just give me a second, please. Just give me a second. Okay, guys, the beer's on me. Okay, let's. No, Guinness. You might have some wine, some good BC wine. Here's my here's my Twitter, guys. You can see why I am pretty happy right now. And Bergeron. All right. Okay, sorry. Okay, let me see if we can get this. Let me see if we can get this thing going here, real. Let me see this studies. So we got the close, we've got 21 period, we've got 2.0 standard deviations, two standard deviations. Source, I don't know what that means, trades, but okay. All right, so you're trying to tell me that yours looks completely different, even though we've got the same settings. How can that be? I'm not holding anything overnight. No, we're just talking. We're trying to figure out. I'm trying. Well, This is a standard deviation channel, and he's saying that on all his time frames, it is above it, which would mean a potential short situation. Yeah, but I mean, but we've got the same parameters. I mean, it shouldn't be that different. 21 standard deviation period, 2 standard deviations. Input price is the close. Because I really would like to get this. Listen. I'm all up for something like that. What if we change it to something else? Okay, Amy, let me take a look at this. Okay, so you're looking for a new high, $5. Okay, so it's near the high, the 10-day range. Okay, it's up for the day. You got high. Now, my only comment would be this: is there any particular reason why you've got these two filters in the daily volume? There's nothing wrong with it. I just don't use them. I'd be using like a minimum volume today, but I'm just wondering why you wanted to use this. Are you looking to swing these or intraday? Okay, so what would be wrong with just putting? I mean, it may not matter, but I mean, why not put like 500,000 shares or something? Or the reason I say that, is that you might get a stock that is really going crazy today, but doesn't trade that much necessarily in previous days, but it's going crazy today. And so consequently, when you put those two filters in, you'll miss that stock. Now, if you don't care, that's fine. Like an IGT. I mean, I don't know what it was trading before. Wrong example. Well, even an IGT, but that's a wrong example. Not IGT, IGC. Geez. I mean, I can't quite tell what his average was, but you can see. I mean, today it's possible. You see, it's possible. I mean, you may not care. You may not care about seeing a stock like this today. But I mean, it is traded 226 million. It may not have traded 500,000 shares on average, over the last few days. See what I mean? So that's why because I'm intraday trading, I don't really care about what it's traded on average before, because I just want to see the ones that are really trading today. And I don't care what they traded previous days. You can keep it. It's not wrong. And I know Real uses it a lot. I think he uses the average a lot for most of his scans. I just don't. So I don't think there's no right or wrong. Yeah, no, I agree, Real. I 100% agree. I'd love to. Yeah, let's take up this discussion tomorrow, and maybe I just want to try to figure out why it's so different from yours. But I love the idea. I mean, I love the idea. It makes a lot of sense. I'm going to actually bring it up with our tech guys and see if we can get, a standard deviation channel going too with our charts. Well, guys, so I can race down and maybe catch the highlight of the winning goal. I think I'll just shut the room down now if that's okay. Frankly, I'll stick around if there are questions. Okay, I don't have to go. I can always back up. Well, I don't know about an indicator. Okay, we don't play you guys, I don't think, for a while if we do. I don't know about an indicator, but you've heard me probably enough talking about the daily, weekly, and monthly. So if it's got room, to me, if a stock has got room to move and the 200-day moving average isn't in its way and it doesn't have earnings, the next day or the next little while, it becomes a candidate for a swing. It's not so much an indicator, but it'd be visual. For instance, and again, I'm not saying IGC, but I mean, when you look at this chart, look at how much room it has. Okay, now this is an extreme example, but look how much room it has in theory. Just one moment, please.